Right, there we are. That should be us. We are now actually live, Kai.
Are we live?
Yes, we are live for a PHFL NFL Podcast 2021 NFL Draft Watch Along.
I can't see your face. Oh, yes, I can.
Yeah, my face. See, it's just you're checking the stream out just a wee bit behind what's actually happening. I think it's got about 30 seconds. So if you say any bad words, then I'm able to shut down the stream before anyone gets to hear them.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah, because for anyone that hasn't been listening along to the podcast quite a lot, Kai is the one who I have to beep all the words out of.
I get excited talking about NFL.
Certainly, I don't blame you.
I get really I get really excited.
Yes. Where's my beep button? I can't even remember what one of my it's been that long since we've done a podcast. I can't remember what my beep button.
Can't remember what button's what. Yeah. Just need to.
There you go.
That sounds close. So as said by YouTube, we will guard privacy of people and abide by all community guidelines.
Yes, exactly. Yes, something like that.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it as well. I must say it's going to be a bit of a more chilled out sort of PHFL thing. Normally, we know we're very much, we talk about 16 games of football and we try and cram it into 90 minutes. So we try and batter through as much as we can, offer our opinions and stuff. But this is going to be a bit more chilled out.
Many hours ahead of us.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly, because obviously for anyone in America who may be watching, because we are the premier place for anybody to be watching.
Premier place to watch any sort of
draft coverage. It's 8 o'clock Eastern or 5 o'clock Pacific in America, the draft. But for us, it starts at 1 o'clock in the morning.
It's a little bit early.
Yeah, just now it's 20 past midnight here. So by the time we've finished all of the draft picks, which in theory should take 320 minutes, as each team gets 10 minutes for their first round pick. It's going to be over 5 hours, so it could be 6 in the morning by the time this is finished. I think you may have suggested you're maybe not going to be here at 6 in the morning.
Come 6 in the morning, if I'm still here, can somebody who's watching tell me to go to my bed?
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it must have been a pretty exciting draft night if you are
still here. If I'm still here at 6 o'clock, something's... I mean, there's the potential. There is the potential that things start going a bit... not so much Pete Tong. Things maybe start getting a wee bit interesting. We've already had a wee bit of interest with Aaron Rodgers saying he's taking the huff.
Yes, very, very interesting. I was just watching a little bit of NFL Network there where they said a lot of teams have got plan A, they've got plan B, and then listening to what's happened with Aaron Rodgers, they're like, well, I mean, surely that's got to be plan AA. If any team can get Rodgers, that surely comes before anything else they do, because Rodgers is definitely, as a Packers fan, I'm obviously going to say it, it's obviously an MVP this season, probably top 10 QBs of all time, let's be honest.
I would,
and that's not just because I'm a Packers fan,
No, that's just general football knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. And it could be really interesting. Obviously, the 3 teams that have been mentioned are the 49ers, the Broncos, and the Raiders. And looking at where they're picking in this draft, could they have enough draft capital to try and get a Rodgers if they wanted to trade? The 49ers have the 3rd overall pick that they traded up to get.
I think if you're looking at teams that are in the best position to do so, I think the 49ers are probably in about there as the probably the premier, as you would say in the States, team to be looking to try and do a bit of movement for him. But as we've kind of already heard through a number of people, they have inquired about him I think yesterday potentially, which would have probably been Wednesday night for us, Wednesday morning, American time. So there's already that interest there to an extent. You never know. You could see. I would still be surprised if the 49ers don't just go ahead with a 3rd overall pick and take a quarterback.
Yeah, I must say that.
But
the issue with it, Kai, just sorry, I'm just butting in here, is that obviously Francisco, that's not how you say that place.
Francisco.
San Francisco have obviously, they've traded a lot of draft capital away to get up from 12 to 3 already. So do they have enough? Because I thought the third overall pick is not going to be enough to get Rodgers. Packers would want more than that, So do they have enough left over to offer in that trade? And, obviously salary cap issues and things like that. I think going through those three teams, the Broncos have got the 9th overall pick. Again, it's probably a good enough pick that the Packers would take it alongside other stuff. But again, the Broncos, they've just traded as well for Bridgewater. So it's not something that I imagine they'd probably be looking to do. And the Raiders with the 17th pick, obviously, they've already got Derek Carr. And I know the rumour has been for quite a few years that Gruden's not particularly happy with Carr, but it's whether or not, again, they'd be able to give enough up for Rodgers. It's the sort of thing that I could imagine Gruden and the Raiders doing. It's a sort of Raiders move, isn't it? Just because, especially now they're in Las Vegas, it feels like a sort of Las Vegas type kind of big showy move to do.
Yep. Maybe one last year of Rodgers. Do you take him for that last year?
Exactly. It could be very, very interesting indeed. This whole draft, and obviously, it's weird that this draft is going to be so interesting, as we think it is, and yet we already know who's going to go number one, or almost certainly know who's going to go number one.
If that's not who goes number one, I think everyone will freak out.
Obviously, we're talking about Gregory Rousseau, the edge from Miami.
I was thinking more of a certain Jamie Newman quarterback.
Yes,
that's probably more an inside joke with us.
Yes, well, obviously we're being facetious, aren't we?
Yes, we are, of course.
We're expecting
number one overall pick is going to be Jennifer Lawrence. No, Trevor Lawrence.
That would be a very interesting pick if it went to Jennifer Lawrence, I must say.
Jennifer Lawrence gets picked first overall. I will stay up until 6 o'clock in the morning because I would like to know who else is going to be cut.
Oh, yes, certainly. Exactly. For anybody who is watching along at home, and I've got my wee screen here for the stream, you can see me. If people won't have actually seen our faces before, and they still won't have seen yours. But I am Adam, obviously.
Unless they want to look at my YouTube profile picture, which isn't actually there, so I'm just going to say something in the comments box so you can see that.
Obviously, I'm Adam with my face on the screen from the podcast, and Kai's talking to me as well. Mikey is staying up as well at this point, but he's not going to join us for the conversation for a little while, understandably. And all we've had is I'm so buzzing from Mikey in the chat. So we'll give you updates on what Mikey's saying through text as well.
I'm just I'm looking at the mock drafts that a couple of people have done rolling along the bottom of my screen here. It'd be very interesting to see if anyone manages to get everyone right in the first round.
I'd be lucky if they get everyone right in the top 10, never mind the full first round.
There's bound to be somebody that doesn't go where they're anticipated to go.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting, I must say. There's a lot of kind of rises and fallers, especially since obviously that first weekend in February, because we all get really excited up to the Super Bowl, and then the day after the Super Bowl, you just completely forget about all the good teams, and you care about the rookies coming out the draft, and you look at the worst teams. So, all we care about is teams, like Green Bay, like Tampa this year, like the Ravens, like Kansas City. That's all you care about all the way through the season. And this is the 2 or 3 months that teams like Jacksonville and the Jets, and the Bengals and the Lions, you get to talk about them. And obviously, Justin Fields is a big name who, right at the start of the year, people thought he was going to go number 2 overall. Yeah. They thought he was next in line after Lawrence, and he's dropped right down draft boards.
In fact, there was even points where there was people questioning whether Trevor Lawrence would be the number 1 pick, and who, depending on who had it, would Justin Fields be a consideration. But clearly, that has been put to bed.
Yeah, that's dropped
and
right down.
Yeah, that also Justin Fields has dropped down, and I don't think it's so much in people's expectations. I think the teams that are probably drafting in certain positions maybe value other people ahead of them, which is understandable. That's why they pick folk. But yeah. I think as we've kind of mentioned at certain points before, so much can change so quickly. So, it's interesting to see. Even over the course of the night, people will set the precedent for other people. You'll get people picking in places that folk don't expect them to pick.
Definitely.
Start people picking some people that they probably didn't anticipate getting.
Well, yeah, that's exactly the thing. There could be people fall who teams, someone like a Broncos, or a Cowboys, they could be thinking, we want maybe a cornerback, as is a lot of mock drafts has happened. But see if someone like a Penei Sewell drops down to a Broncos or a Cowboys. Cowboys have had quite an aging offensive line. Could they turn that down? And as you get further and further down, does a quarterback drop to the Patriots at 15, which people are thinking they might have to trade up, to get that quarterback? What's going to happen there? What the Cardinals at 16 is a very interesting one to me. I've seen a lot of mock drafts who have mocked a wide receiver going to the Cardinals, as if he needs more wide receiver help there.
If there's anything they're not short of, it's a wide receiver.
Yeah,
I think that's potentially the one position they don't need.
Yeah, there's a whole load of options that could happen here. Obviously, there's a few teams who, at the moment, I'm going to caveat that, at the moment are not picking tonight.
Yep.
Because they've traded out, but they might trade back in. You never know if they've got enough to come back in. Obviously, that's Seattle, whose 23rd pick in the draft has been picked by the Jets, thanks to that trade for Adams. Jacksonville Jaguars get the Rams pick at 25 as well. I think, is that still from the Ramsey trade? Is that how long ago that one was worth? And obviously, one of the most recent trades that's happened is Orlando Brown going to Kansas City, the offensive tackle. And Baltimore Ravens have got their pick at 31. So Ravens have got the 27th and the 31st pick. So a few teams with 2 picks and a few with none. Be interesting to see what happens. Whether the Jets maybe think, obviously it looks like they're going to go quarterback, but their second pick, what do they choose to go with? A team like Baltimore, they've got pick 27 and 31. Do they maybe like a player but think he might drop to 31, so they'll pick someone else at 27? There's a whole load of different things, and who's going to trade up and trade down?
Yeah, you look at teams kind of in the mid-range. Like we've alluded to, the Patriots maybe come up for a quarterback. We even mentioned the Bears earlier at 20.
It would be a very Bears thing to do, wouldn't it?
Just jump in there. Teams, the Saints at 28, a bit of an interesting pick because
there's talk of the Saints trying to trade up into the top 10, which would take quite a lot. For a
corner, you never know. But then you also look at teams like the Lions sitting at 7, like. Do they value someone enough at 7 to take them? Or I think there's probably more justification for them to maybe move back, even if they move back a couple of spaces, if there's nobody they particularly want.
The Lions are a rubbish team at the moment.
Yeah.
So they could do with a really good player to be picked at 7, which is what you get at 7 typically.
Yeah.
But they also could do with just getting more players who are decent. So dropping down a couple of spaces, getting an extra couple of picks, something like that is maybe worth it for them. An interesting team, I think, especially with what's happened in recent days with the trade, is Carolina Panthers. Obviously, they've traded away Teddy Bridgewater. They've brought in Sam Darnold to fill in that quarterback position. So a lot of people had the Panthers picking a QB initially, and now you imagine they're out the quarterback race. So what do? Do they pick a good skill position player there, whether maybe one of the wide receivers, maybe they pick one of the cornerbacks there, or do they drop down as well and bring in more picks, because that 8 pick could be viable? That's the one that a lot of people think maybe the Patriots will come up from 15 to 8 to come and get a quarterback before the Broncos possibly go for one, because I know that the Broncos have traded for Bridgewater. But
I think just as it flashes up on my screen, the Patriots might be the one that really are looking, I would say, out of all the teams that could draft up, they're the ones that look most likely to come up for a quarterback. Obviously, in the off-season, they added Aguilar at wide receiver, Hunter Henry at tight end, Jonas Smith at tight end. They added another big offensive tackle as well.
Do you
Matthew
think
Judon at linebacker? Like, is the missing piece of the puzzle here a good quarterback?
Well, I mean, they've got Cam. Maybe Cam's second year in the offense would be good. Maybe they get someone to sit in behind them. But also, the Patriots are definitely going to go with 2 tight end sets this year, aren't they? Let's be honest. With Hunter Henry and Jonas Smith.
Not to with Hunter Henry and Jonas Smith.
Yeah. It's quite scary looking. To be honest, I think they're going to go very old school. I think they're going to go running back, full back, 2 tight ends, and just have one receiver out there.
Heavy. Yep, big heavy loading. Put Aguilar out there himself.
So that's why I think possibly Cam Newton could be quite a good quarterback for them, because he offers that running threat as well. So they'll have the running game as well as the quarterback with the running threat, which is why when you look at some of these quarterbacks they're talking about getting, there's a lot of people suggesting Trey Lance, who's obviously quite a mobile QB as well. Maybe that's the sort of one they go to follow in Cam's footsteps. Could be quite interesting indeed.
There's many things that could happen, and there's many things that I hope happen. And one of the things I hope happens is that the Eagles actually pick somebody useful this year.
Sorry, that's not going to happen, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that's probably on the list of unlikely things to happen.
Yes.
I would take I would take a Devonta Smith. I've just said I would take Devonta Smith, the current Heisman Trophy winner.
Yes.
I don't think many teams wouldn't take him. But it would be the most Eagles thing ever to, pass up on him, take another random wide receiver, and then for him to be absolutely great during the season and for everyone to laugh at the Eagles for passing up on him. In fact, I think that's probably more likely to happen. That's an Eagles thing to do.
Sorry, Kai, I was just having a look at the stream myself just to make sure it was working. I'm sure you'd have told me if it wasn't.
I'm currently just sitting watching it and then got very confused because I couldn't work out why you weren't replying. It seems to be running all right.
I was listening along to it there, and I'd connected my phone accidentally to our podcasting setup, and it was connected via Bluetooth, and I couldn't hear anything, and I was worried that nothing was happening. But that's because it was connected where it shouldn't have been connected. So all technical difficulties are finished.
So I'm currently just watching the lineup of players that are kicking about. Now, obviously, during COVID times this year, bit of a different draft. Not everyone is in Cleveland.
I think there's just over a dozen who went to Cleveland, doesn't there?
It looks like it, and it looks like it's kind of some random picks. There's probably going to be a few of these top 10 picks that I would say majority of the top 10 picks that you would assume are there. But there's obviously going to be a couple of guys that will get picked quite early on that are not there.
Yeah, noticeably, obviously, Trevor Lawrence, who's decided not to go. Yeah. He's staying with his family. I think he's staying at, not just his family, I think he's at Clemson, isn't he? Alongside his schoolmates and stuff. I'm just watching this along. For anyone that's watching at home, we're currently getting to watch the Metropolitan Choir here sing away, and that lassie with orange hair, that is impressive hair.
It's some Barnett.
It certainly is.
It is some Barnett. I'm also now looking at the Green Bay Packers fan who hasn't taken the label off their hat.
Yep. I saw that as well. That just passed the screen.
Is that indicative of Green Bay Packers fans?
Yeah.
Is that?
Mikey has just sent us a little comment. I'll give you the clean version of it, where he said that these singers are awful.
I luckily have my telly muted, but
I've just turned it up.
I'm just going to unmute it just for a wee second. Okay, that'll do it. That was about half a second.
Yeah, they are bad.
They're not very good.
Thankfully, my mic has enough noise rejection from the back that when I played it through the speakers there, it didn't go on the stream. Because I'm sure the NFL would probably strike us down even just with our handful of viewers. But yeah, they were pretty bad, unfortunately. There is somebody here at the draft. I'm not quite sure from the back who that player is, but he's wearing Green Bay Packer colours, so perhaps he knows something a bit more.
I think it's Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, we're now seeing the front of him.
An all green suit.
Yeah, with kind of yellow patches on the shoulders, and the elbows, not the shoulders. I'm getting the parts of my body wrong.
That would be some effort if the Packers can find a way to draft Kyle Pitts.
Yes. Well, I mean, the way to do that would be to trade with the San Francisco 49ers, give them Aaron Rodgers. We play with Jordan Love at quarterback, and you get Pitts with number 3. That'd be the way to do it.
Get us in a draft room.
100%. Exactly. I tell you, it's going to be very interesting. I know we've got about 20 minutes until the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, but it's.
I can't wait for Roger Goodell to appear for this first overall pick.
I know.
I've never been so happy to see the man in all my life.
I mean, thankfully we don't have to see his little kind of dungeony celery thing that he was in last year.
It was a bit creepy, wasn't it?
It was.
That, not what you would anticipate him having. I thought he would maybe be like just quite a traditional guy. Clearly, he's been set up.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just watching this as the military here walking with their flags. But as somebody who's currently working in the AV industry, that they had to kind of squeeze the monitor speakers over to one side there for them to get through, and now someone is going to have to move them back because that gap wasn't initially there. It looks a bit untidy at the stage, doesn't it? I don't know what your opinion is.
Yeah, it looks a bit cluttered.
Yeah,
as you say. I'm also. Oh, who's this?
Just so you know, Kai, you appear to be about 5 seconds ahead of me, so it's not too much of a spoiler. Should you give me a pick?
So when we come to the actual draft, I will say nothing until it's officially in.
You're slightly ahead, so I say by the time I've said something, you will definitely have seen it. But
yeah, it looks as if I don't know if I'm just seeing this. Is that a Kings of Leon drum kit? Am I right in saying that the Kings of Leon are potentially doing some things here?
I'll be honest, I'm not a huge expert in drum kits, but there's a possibility.
I think it just says KOL on the drum kit.
All right, okay.
I'm gonna ask Mikey. Mikey's a Kings of Leon man.
He's a Kings of Leon man. I tell you, Mikey's given us these messages in our group chat. I really hope he's watching along so he can hear our responses because I'm not typing in the chat. So.
I'm going to type this one, but also Mikey, get on this and watch it if you're not talking to us.
Exactly.
Oh no. I've gone to ask Mikey if Kings of Leon are playing here, and while this woman's singing, I've asked if Kings of Leon are playing her.
Oh dear. I'm just going to remove one of my headphone ears to listen to her to see if she's any better at singing.
No. It's the short answer. Oh my god. That was horrible.
I mean, look how many layers she's wearing. How cold is it? Look at the thickness of that jacket.
She must be bailing.
Oh my goodness me. That is a very thick jacket. And they're kindly telling us here that all these fans have been vaccinated who are here at the NFL draft.
Yeah, I wonder how they I know they did a bit for the Super Bowl with local healthcare workers and stuff. I wonder if it's a similar thing for this.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to see.
It's just absolute random people that have been vaccinated and have chucked a couple of jerseys on them.
Yeah, or whether they are actual fans, who've been vaccinated and have chosen to go, or maybe they were only told they could only go because they're vaccinated, or maybe they were going so they got vaccinated especially. I mean, it doesn't really give us a huge amount of information, that does it? It could be either of those ways round.
Sorry, if there's any sudden silence on my end, I'm currently eating a pizza.
Now,
I'm hungry.
The real question here is, Kai, is what type of pizza? This is what the listeners and viewers want to know.
On a live stream, we may lose some.
It's not one of those.
Yeah. It's a pizza from a certain Glasgow establishment, Pisano.
Oh, Pisano, that's a very good pizza. Now it depends on the toppings.
I just went margarita because
I
bought it earlier and I had to reheat it.
Yeah, that's perfect. I must say I enjoyed their fungi pizza.
Good. I like the mushroom on it.
Yeah, I think their ham and mushroom is very nice. I apologise for anybody not from the west of Scotland who does not know what we're talking about.
Pizza is this delightful dish that it's like a dough base.
Yes, It's like bread with toppings. No, but yes, a very nice establishment. I must say they do not sponsor us, but should they wish to sponsor us with free pizza, I'm sure myself, Kai, Mikey, and any of our significant others would be very happy to receive.
Say no.
No, I was worried you were going to suggest you were eating a ham and pineapple pizza.
Oh no,
which would have.
Now that would be adequate enough reason for nobody to ever listen to the podcast
I must say, if you did say you were eating that, then you wouldn't be invited back for this season. Your contract would be.
I would have taken that happily.
Yeah, unfortunately, my significant other, who's sat in the other room at the moment, who's probably listening to me here, does enjoy ham and pineapple pizza. So she didn't look over. She must not be listening. I know she's in the comments. She did leave a lovely comment earlier.
Oh.
Which was
Can't
wait, followed by 3 American footballs, which was very kind of her. I mean, she says she can't wait, yet she will be in bed very soon. So clearly she could wait because she's not going to stay up to watch all these amazing draft picks happening from these wonderful. Now, Kai, I'm not quite sure how most of them work in terms of ages related to you, these players coming out of the college at the moment. But every single one of these players who is about to be drafted tonight is younger than me. And that makes me feel fairly inadequate as a human being.
Now, I would say at the age of 22, me, by the way, not Adam, I'm 22. Most of these players will be there or thereabouts in ages with me.
Yeah.
Some younger, some the same, 1 or 2 potentially older. But not by much. Yeah. That doesn't make me feel good. I'm sitting here eating a heated up pizza in my bed, and these guys are about to sign multi-million-pound contracts in the most lucrative sport in America.
Yeah, it's quite worrying, isn't it? Really,
I get excited when I throw a ball of tissue paper into the bin. These guys are actually getting chased down by multi-hundred-pound men while trying to throw a small object very long distances for a lot of money. I know what one I'd rather do.
Yeah, I know. And the worrying thing is obviously, without this trying to sound like a kind of Sam Darnold appreciation podcast, which often happens with me because I quite like Sam Darnold. No, he's played what, 3-4 years in the NFL now? 3 years in the NFL, something like that.
3.
He's just turned 23, Kai.
No.
Sam Darnold was younger than some of the people coming out of college in this draft.
Oh no.
Yeah, he started when he was 20. Like.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why
that doesn't make me feel any better.
I feel a lot of people just as one of the stories of the draft, because he was traded from the Jets, who will now be taking a quarterback. It's one of the stories, the Darnold situation. He was so young. He's still so young. You know, I feel as if it's maybe a bit harsh
to need to give that consideration.
Yeah, you know, he's still got another 20 years of football in front of him if he really wanted to. You know, like, and I think he's more than capable.
Brady-esque.
Yeah. We're just watching. I think this is some Trey Lance we're watching at the moment, just to give anyone some running commentary.
I can't say I've watched a whole lot of film on most of the people. Just the random highlights you get.
Oh yeah, you're also going to see their good bits.
I can't think who he reminds me of current NFL quarterback wise. He's like I don't know. Kind of like a right bang in between a few guys.
He's fairly comfortable on the move. I'm imagining someone maybe like a Tannehill, who's good at throwing, but maybe the movement's underrated. But that's maybe a bit wrong to compare Lance to, because Lance isn't underrated in terms of his movement. You know, he's a fairly mobile QB, but he's not someone like a Jackson, who's
who's overly mobile.
Yeah, like a Jackson or a Newton or something like that. It's just he's a mobile QB. Probably going to rush, maybe for 600 yards, maybe in the season, something like that. Maybe a wee bit more, maybe 40, 50 yards a game. Very comfortable on the move. But I think that's the way the modern QB is going. I think every quarterback's going to have to do that. See the kind of old style pocket quarterback, that's kind of been lost for the game. That one dimensional QB.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think again, kind of going back to the quite stat driven here. but just looking at the graphic that's just come up, compared to the last 10 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks when they were coming out of college, Trey Lance has half the starts, about a third of the number of yards thrown, significantly less touchdowns. Like, I still feel in many ways he's probably quite an unproven quarterback.
Yep, definitely.
He didn't have a very big college career in terms of
no, but he has come out of a college who's produced recently Carson Wentz.
Yep.
You know,
well, is that a positive thing?
Well, it's positive for the first 4 years of his career. Maybe not the last one, you know, but certainly.
Yeah. So we'll take the first 4 years of Trey Lance's career seriously. Then he can have an off year.
Yeah,
and then he'll trade to a different team.
Again, this is another one we're talking about. You know, similar maybe to Darnold, where I felt it was a bit harsh. I think I don't know what was happening with Wentz, but he's certainly better than he was proving last year. Obviously, for anyone who's not listened before, Kai is an Eagles fan, so he knows it a little bit more than most. But you know. I think I like the look of Lance, and another player that we're mentioning there who's had the same number of starts as Lance is Mac Jones, and I feel that's a fairly big one to talk about, because a few months ago nobody was talking about Mac Jones in the first round. A lot of people weren't even talking about him in the second round, and now
I think a lot of folk were anticipating someone like the Patriots being able to grab him.
Yeah, and now somehow he's going to be getting picked third overall. Exactly, the 49ers moved up from 12 to third to get him, and I mean, most people thought if they wanted him, they'd probably get him at 12.
I think if they hadn't moved, I think there's probably a good chance he would have still been there at 12.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I can't think of any other team. You know, the first 2 picks are almost locked in. I would say Lawrence and probably Zach Wilson at 2 to the Jets now that Darnold's away. I think that was kind of the last piece of the kind of merry-go-round that needed to happen there to open it up for the Jets. But after that, I don't really think there's many other teams that would jump to take Mac Jones. I think they probably have other positional needs ahead of him. Even like the likes of the Falcons probably would find it hard at 4 to pass up on someone like Kyle Pitts, who's potentially the best athletic talent in the draft. But it's again, it comes back to what we said, like the amount of things that change so quickly with not really much notice is mental, and that's why this could get really exciting tonight, purely on the basis of one thing happens and it's like a chain reaction.
I think there could be a lot of movement in this top 10 person. I know we kind of slagged off the 49ers for moving up to 3 to get Matt Jones, but I can understand possibly, I'll say, what's happening there. Because obviously the Dolphins were moving out of 3. There was enough QB interest and they weren't taking one that they were happy to move out. So they were looking for a trade partner. And if the 49ers thought maybe someone from below them, so someone like a Patriots, for example, you know, or somebody like a Chicago or a Washington, there's been talks of possibly, even though they've got Fitzmagic, you know, there's talks maybe they wanted one. If someone like that made the trade up, then they're definitely going for a QB, and that's San Francisco behind another team who wants a QB. So if it had been, for example, I'll use the Patriots as an example. The Jags, the Jets, the Patriots all taking one. The Falcons might take one, you know, and then you had someone like Lions who are maybe going to take one. I'm not sure what's happening with Goff. You know, Panthers at that point didn't have Sam Darnold, so they might take one. The Broncos might have taken one. You know, so by the time it got to 12, there was maybe 5 off the board, you know, and they weren't going to get one. So they've made the choice to go up and just they're definitely going to get one. You know, which I can understand why you do that, you know, if you weren't happy with Jimmy G. And I think, to be honest, they're happy with the way Jimmy G plays, but he's just not fit. I don't think he's ever going to finish all now 17 games of a season. No. He just can't seem to stay fit. So I can understand why they've moved up. But certainly for this draft, just quickly moving on to the bit we're talking about there, how exciting it's going to be. I think a team like the Falcons, now there's talk they want Kyle Pitts, but they also say they're in the QB market. And the reason they say they're in the QB market is because that then makes people below them who want a QB think, I need to trade with you to try and get a QB because you're thinking of taking one. And they'll maybe get a wee bit extra for that pick. So I think the
The size of that guy's helmet.
I've just seen it pop up. Yeah, that is a Super Bowl ring, is it? Super Bowl ring is a helmet, which is...
It is massive.
It very much is. But someone like the Falcons at 4, I think, would easily move. I don't know if the Bengals are going to move at 5. I think they'll either take Jamar Chase or they'll take Penei Sewell, I think, depending on what they want to do. The Dolphins, there's been talks they might want to move down as well. Again, after they moved down, they moved up, into 6. The Lions could move, the Panthers could move, the Broncos could move either up or down, depending on what they want to do. There's a whole lot of movement that could happen here, and it's very exciting. And as we mentioned before, possibly off air, a team as deep down as like Chicago in 20, they might move up into the top 10, for a QB. Washington, I say there was talk of that, them at 19 could move up. You've got the Saints at 28. I think you mentioned that as we started. That's a pick. It's a
strange pick.
There's been a lot of talks that they're trying to move up to come and get one of the elite cornerbacks. But I think the cornerback class is so deep this year, they don't have to move up to get a good cornerback.
Probably get away with.
I mean, they're not going to get a Surtain or a Farley or a JC Horn at 28, but there's enough good cornerbacks in the class that I'm imagining.
There's enough talent, elsewhere that they can be sensible.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the mock draft here from Daniel Jeremiah, it looks like, and he's got the Patriots trading up to 11 to go and get Trey Lance, which could be very interesting indeed, because obviously Gettleman at the Giants apparently has never traded up ever in any draft he's done, which is...
Don't think this will be the one he does it either.
I'd be surprised, to be honest, if they did do that.
I think there's nothing that jumps out for the what do you call it? Snope. They're a cracking team. There's nothing that jumps out to me as the Giants pick that they desperately need. So
I think they could probably
take the best player at that
best
point.
Available player. I think if they could pick a defensive player, I think that would help them out as well, because they've got Barkley obviously coming back. They've got Golladay at wide receiver. They've got Ingram and Rudolph at tight end. They've got Daniel Jones, who I think they're fairly happy with, and they want him to prove that this is his team. But also there's a lot of good wide receivers around there. See if someone like a Waddle or a Smith is available at that point to go alongside Golladay. That could be quite dangerous.
That's my worry from an Eagles perspective, is if the Giants are sitting at 11 with the Eagles at 12, and Devonta Smith sitting there, I don't think the Eagles get the chance to pick Devonta Smith. I think there's a good chance that the Giants might take him at 12.
It's a bit of a horrible wee bit for you there,
11.
Isn't it? As the Eagles, because you get the Cowboys and the Giants before you, two divisional rivals who are almost certainly going to, just through spite, pick somebody
Between the
you
two
want.
of them, I think there's a very good chance that the Cowboys take Patrick Surtain or JC Horn. So there's one of the big needs of the Eagles already in movement.
Yeah.
And then the Giants probably take a wide receiver, so there's another one off the board. And at that point, I think if those two picks are, as I say, Patrick Surtain and Devonta Smith, then I think the Eagles have had their hand forced, and they take JC Horn, which I wouldn't be opposed to. Very good corner. Very possible that he actually goes with the Cowboys and could be the best corner in the draft, but you still kind of feel that maybe they've missed out on another wide receiver in Devonta Smith, having previously having previously passed up on Justin Jefferson and DK Metcalf in previous years.
Yes,
make it 3 in a row.
It's a bit of a meme going about, isn't it, with how poor you guys are at picking receivers,
I'm looking at this with 4 minutes to go.
Yes.
Do we have I would say, do we have a top 10 prediction, but that's maybe a bit bold. Do we have a top 5? I think that's probably quite obvious.
Yeah. Well, I'll go through it. I'll go with it. I say predicting no trades. I think there may be a trade. Okay, but I think
you're right. I think there'll be more than one.
Yeah, I think this is mine. I don't want it to affect you in any way, but I'll let you do yours after. I think the Jaguars are going to go for, drum roll please, Trevor Lawrence. Obviously, I think Wilson will go to the Jets. I think from what all I've heard, the 49ers do like. I think that the front office, like Lance, but I think that I've just completely forgotten the name of the head coach. Kyle Shanahan. Thank you. I was about to say Mike, and that's his dad who used to be the coach of the Falcons. The Falcons, yeah. I think Shanahan likes Jones, so I think they'll go Mac Jones. The Falcons, I think if they don't move, they'll take Pitts. If I were them, I wouldn't take Pitts. I'd take a quarterback of the future, in my opinion. Because I don't think they'll ever be up at this higher pick again. But
nope.
I think they'll take Pitts. I think the Bengals, from all I've heard, are going to take Chase, which I wouldn't do. Again, I would pick an offensive lineman, but I think they're going to take Jamar Chase. I think that'll leave an offensive lineman for the Dolphins, because I think they would take either Sewell or Chase, depending who's left. So I think they'll take Sewell. I think the Lions at 7, this is a tricky one.
This is where it gets interesting. Yeah. The 7 and 8, I think, are the two interesting picks there.
This is
in fact, 9 as well. Actually.
Yeah, this is where I think the Lions should trade out of this place. But if not, they've got so many needs. Can I give them 3 players at this point? I think they'll take Rashawn Slater, offensive lineman. I think they might take one of them to try and protect.
If they draft there, I think that's probably who they would take.
Goff was rubbish at the Rams until they got Whitworth at left tackle, protected him and he was all right. So I think the Lions need to protect him. So I think they'll draft an offensive lineman. I think the Panthers will come in, and this is a very interesting one because I think they're fairly set on offense, in all honesty. So I think it'd be a defensive player. And it's whether they go for a linebacker or whether they go for a cornerback. And I think there's a chance they might go JC Horn there, which I think would mess everything up. But I think they'll go Horn.
9? Sorry, at 8, Carolina?
Yeah. 9 for the Broncos. I think if there's no trades, there's a chance they pick a quarterback. I think they will go with Lance.
If he's still there at 9.
Yeah. And then the Cowboys, if we're doing the top 10, I think the Cowboys at 10, they will want a cornerback. And we've already had Horn away, so I think they might take... We'll go Surtain or Farley. Who do I think they're going to go for? I think they'll take Surtain. That's my top 10. Yep. So we'll go, if I can remember it, Lawrence, Wilson, Jones, Pitts, Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell. The Lions will take Slater. The Panthers will take JC Horn. The Broncos will take Lance. And the Cowboys will take Surtain. What do you think for your top 10 there, Kai?
I'm just kind of trying to go back to what I had. So I think, again, the first two are kind of obvious to me. With Lawrence going to the Jags and the Jets taking Zach Wilson, or the man that's pretending to play Zach Wilson in a movie about Zach Wilson. He's far too good looking to be an NFL player. At 3, I reckon, similar to you, I think if it was up to the kind of upper echelons of the team and like you said, the front office, I think they would probably take Lance. But I think Kyle Shanahan's got his heart set on Mac Jones, and I think he'll probably grant his wish. I think that'll be Jones at 3. Falcons will take Pitts at 4. Again, there's probably things they need elsewhere, but as I kind of alluded to earlier, I think he's potentially the best offensive talent in the draft. Again, not saying that the first 3 aren't good talents, but he's a bit of a freak of nature. And especially at that position, it's not every day a tight end of that caliber comes along. So
he's not just a tight end though. He can play wide receiver. He can play
multi-threat. Yep.
Fullback. He can probably running back. I think I can't remember exactly what Mariucci was saying, but it was something like he can probably deliver the pizzas as well. Something like that. Like he can do absolutely everything.
Yeah. So
we've got the same top 4 so far.
Yeah, so, and then at 5, I think the Bengals will take Penei Sewell.
That's who I hope they take, but I don't know if they will.
Yeah. I think they will probably see enough sense to do so. I think they'll probably, I'm saying Sewell at 5. I'm conscious of time here. I think we're getting very close to the kickoff. Dolphins at 6, take Jamar Chase for me. I think that he's too good. Best wide receiver in the draft. He's too good to pass up. Lions at 7, I think, are pushed on by the Dolphins taking Jamar Chase at 6, and I think they take Jalen Waddle at 7.
I must say I was considering that as well because they do need a wide receiver.
If they get another wide receiver, it gives Jared Goff somebody to throw the ball to. You never know. Panthers at 8, I just don't know.
No.
I really don't know. I actually think there's a very good chance they don't stay there.
Oh, they're a huge trade down candidate, are they? Huge.
I would put a lot of money on them not being there, to be honest. I just don't think there's any justification on them staying there. Because they can get a lot more for that pick and they don't really need anyone drastically there. But if they were to pick there, Jesus, I think I'd probably go down Rashawn Slater. We'll say Rashawn Slater because stick him in the offensive line. He's decent. 9, the Broncos take Trey Lance. I think with obviously everything that's going on, too many good quarterbacks. I think they've just got to jump at that chance.
Can I just say, I'm sure you'll say the same. I don't actually think the Broncos will get Lance at 9. I think there'll be somebody who trades up and picks him before. But if they picked in this order, 8, if they picked in this order, then I think the Broncos would get him.
Yep. I've also just before I say who I think the Cowboys will take at 10. I've just seen that the Eagles have the most picks in this draft out of any team.
11, yes, yeah.
At 11, and the Seahawks have 3.
Yeah. And obviously no Seattle first round pick, no Rams first round pick, no Kansas City, and also no Texans first round pick. Of all the teams,
picks, essentially,
of all the teams who could do with first round picks, the Texans don't have one. So you were just about to finish that there. You went with Lance to
Denver and then
at
10.
9.
Yep, I think Lance to the Broncos at 9, and then I think at 10 the Cowboys will take Patrick Surtain. I think they probably have a toss-up between Surtain and JC Horn. But from the kind of rumblings people have got and what people have been chatting about, I think there's a good chance they take Surtain. Yes. And I bet both of us are absolutely miles off with everything 100%. After the third pick.
Totally nowhere near. I just saw that a little bit come up there that no Clemson player has ever been picked in the top 3 before in a draft.
Wow.
I think that's going to change. I'll tell you, I wonder what the odds on that not changing are. Can you imagine Lawrence not being picked in the top 3?
I think actual bookies odds for him not being... the bookies odds that you're getting for him being number 1 overall pick were like 1 to 200 or something.
Yeah.
Like, it was stupid odds. But then for anyone else to be the first overall pick is mental. But I wouldn't even want to know the odds of them being outside the top 3. Christ.
No, I know.
Imagine you get to the Falcons at 4 and Trevor Lawrence is still sitting there. I think it's just no happening.
No, definitely not. I've just tried to watch this NFL draft with captions on. Did not work. They were not doing a very good job. So they swiftly went back off. So thankfully my mic's doing enough noise cancelling that I can hear it coming through my speakers without it getting picked up by the mic, which is always good.
It's a positive. I don't think we're far away now. It looks like they're kind of clearing Kings of Leon off the stage after...
It was Kings of Leon, was it?
Yeah, it looked like it. And I think we're not too far away. Already 5 minutes behind. Come on. Also, I was just very quickly checking as we were going through the top 10 draft there, exactly where teams were, and it's given me the streak of how teams got to where they are with their picks, and I always forget that the Jags lost 15 in a row to get to 1-15.
Yeah. Yeah, they won their first game of the season. Remember that?
Won their first game of the season. Everyone thinks they're great, and then then proceeded to lose every game.
Just a little notification that's come through. Apparently, the Broncos have tabled a very impressive offer for Rodgers. Obviously, that is the big name player that's not in the draft, that's an actual player that could be changing teams today, obviously, with the Rodgers falling out with his.
I've just seen something similar saying that the Broncos are very close to a deal with him.
Yeah.
So that would shake things up a
That
bit.
would shake things up as well. Mikey's just asking here, is specifically asking me, but I'll ask you the question as well. With the pressure on, with the draft clock ticking, what would you take for Rodgers mid-draft? So the draft started, the Green Bay Packers are receiving offers for Rodgers. What would you take? So, for example, from the Broncos, obviously you'd be taking their number 9 pick here, but what else would you be wanting for Rodgers?
I think you want a lot.
Oh, I think you do.
As we've kind of alluded to, the guy is like potentially one of the top 10 quarterbacks of all time. So as much as you're only maybe getting a year out of him.
Do you know what you do? You get the first round pick. You get the first round pick next year, and you get Teddy Bridgewater.
And then I think you're probably pretty happy with that.
Yeah. You get Teddy. Teddy is gonna have moved to the Broncos about 2 days ago, and he's gonna go to Green Bay afterwards, and then he's gonna have to go up against the Vikings, where obviously he plied his trade for a while.
Yeah,
and I'll be honest. As
an infight with Jordan Love,
as a Packers fan, I'd happily take Teddy. To be honest, I think Teddy's a very solid QB.
Yeah,
nothing special.
I think he's potentially been a bit unfortunate at times with injury, obviously as well. But he's maybe been in the wrong team at the wrong time.
Exactly. I hope Mikey's listening in to hear the answer, because I'm not going to type the answer. I'd
be interested to see what that very good offer is.
I've just letting Mikey know that I've answered this question.
Live on here.
Yeah. I must say, my phone did try to autocorrect live to lube for some reason there.
Oh.
So lube on air is probably
not the watch along that we're looking for here.
No, certainly not on YouTube. I don't know if it'd be allowed, would it?
If there's a lube watch along, then I think we've maybe clicked it on. But
now this is already running late, isn't it? This is meant to start at 8 o'clock Eastern. So the Jags, as if they've not had long enough. They've known since about the end of November, when the Jets won that game against the Seahawks. They've known they've had the number 1 pick.
I think they probably knew about 5 minutes after they knew they had that pick who they were picking as well.
100%, exactly, because it was seen as the Jets have lost Lawrence.
Yeah, the scouts have probably had the easiest few months of their lives for that. Just pick him, and then everything else after that can kind of go unseen.
Yeah. I'm just seeing it run along the bottom of the screen there. Run, Rich, run. Apparently, Rich Eisen is running the 40-yard dash for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. And you're to send in your version of the run the 40 yards. I don't know if I could run 40 yards. Certainly not very quick. Is this more Kings of Leon going on?
It would appear Kings of Leon haven't gone. Kings of Leon are still here.
Let me just unmute it and see what song they're singing now.
Oh, I'm
not sure I know that song.
Is it just me, or is there a very large brown armchair just kicking about in the middle of the stage?
That's Goodell's armchair, is it not? They've brought it from his basement to...
Yep, there it's there on the left-hand side of the screen.
It is, yep, because they said it was going to feature prominently.
That's pretty prominent now. Just chuck it in the middle of the stage, but he's not there. Oh, I'm starting to get quite excited here.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Kings of Leon are trying their best to get me not excited.
To just kill the vibe here.
Yeah.
Also, my telly's turned down pretty low, so
I'll be honest, I've got my speakers turned up pretty high, and it's still not much better, to be honest.
I think we're gone. I think we are losing Kings of Leon.
Fingers crossed.
And we are oh, here we go. Here we go. 5, 4. And Are the Jags on the clock? I wonder how long it'll take after they're on the clock for them to actually make the pick.
Surely they've just got to just make it. It's not like it's one that they're gonna. Oh, are we going to trade the pick? No, you're not going to trade the pick.
Aye. Okay. Oh my God! Is that Jarvis Landry?
Oh, here we go.
What are you doing, Jarvis, son?
He's trying to avoid a lot of boos, I'm assuming, Goodell, by bringing out Cleveland natives.
Bring some bounce.
There is apparent talk that the Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay, and all the Broncos brass are in the war room gearing up for a draft. So we'll see what's true, what's not true.
Yeah, Roger Goodell is definitely trying to butter up the crowd here, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if I can get some subtitles up here.
Oh, the subtitles are useless unless yours are maybe slightly better than the ones that the NFL Game Pass are offering.
I'm not going to lie. I'm struggling here because I can't find the button on my remote.
They're not saying anything, to be honest. I'm more interested in the tech boys behind the scenes, unplugging and replugging and all the stuff for the music.
Okay, so my subtitles just aren't giving me anything.
Right, so I'll just give you a wee running commentary. What he said is, for each pick, they're going to bring a fan up of each team, and they will sit in his chair and announce the pick.
Interesting. Oh, here comes number one.
They're going to pick one at random for each team, apparently. I mean, this is. I know it's all American. Apologies for any American listeners, but it's very American, and how much of a show it is and stuff. But I mean, this was meant to start 15 minutes ago, and we still haven't even put the first team on the clock yet.
If this was done in Scotland, I think it would have been the whole thing. It would have been finished by now. Some guy would have come out with a list and just gone, right, he's going here, he's going here, he's going here.
The only thing that's comparable to this amount of kind of television extravagant stuff is Rod Stewart picking the balls at the hat for the Scottish Cup draw.
Fantastic. Oh, here we go.
Are you going to put them on the clock?
Yep, we're open. I don't think she'll be on stage for long.
No. Do you want? Do you think she'll just stand up and just go, "Well, take Lawrence, cheers," and just walk off the stage?
That's smashing.
Don't care what they say. Right, so we are off. Well, I don't know the right way to say it. We're up and running. The draft is started.
And we already have some sort of cinematic thing getting shown.
Yeah,
just
Jim Brown narrating it. The reason it's so big is because it's the first time that Cleveland have hosted the draft.
Ah, okay.
And I suppose the Hall of Fame is in Canton, Ohio. So there's a lot of
Close
it
enough.
linked to Ohio, and it's the first time. So he says, they've had it. Excuse me, I'll be on already. We've not even had the first pick in. This could be a long, long
17
night. I
minutes.
tell you. Mikey says that they better be sanitising that chair every pick. I think everybody who's in there is vaccinated, so in theory they shouldn't have to do it. I think.
Yeah.
But American rules are a little bit different than ours, I suppose. I mean, I'm still not allowed to go
If
into
anything,
I'm still not allowed
American
to
rules
go
are.
into my mum's house, according to our rules here. So
I think if anything, American rules are a wee bit more relaxed.
that's my point. Yeah, so that's why I thought it probably would be all right. I know here, for example, in a church, if you have somebody who goes to talk at the lectern has to be totally wiped down and sanitised before anyone can even go near the lectern again. So. Offensive rank of 28 and defensive rank of 31 for the Jaguars. You can see Sadiq Khan, not Sadiq Khan. He's the London mayor, isn't he?
What's his name? The guy, very.
Aye,
The owner.
it's
What was
Khan. He owned Fulham as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Is it Sadiq Khan? No, that's the London mayor, isn't it? Sadiq Khan.
That's the fun thing there. Oh my gosh! Look at the number of folk in Trevor Lawrence's house.
I know.
And is that his brother? Guy third from the right on the couch.
I mean, he looks a bit like John Lennon, doesn't he?
He also looks a lot like Trevor Lawrence.
Very true. There's no need for them to take this amount of time, is there?
Why are we taking it? They're taking a break. We're about to take a break. Oh wait, no, they're not taking a break. I think he's joking. He's joking. He's joking. I was getting really worked up there for absolutely no reason. So, with this pick obviously taking a generational talent and Trevor Lawrence, the Jags are shaping up to be pretty good going into this season.
Yep, definitely.
Obviously added Marvin Jones in the off season there.
Yep, nice experience at wide receiver.
Still had LaVisca Chenault, Keelan Cole, DJ Chuck, James Robinson.
Now there's a talk though, talking about Robinson, that they might draft a running back with the other first round picks. So if they got picked 25, they could easily get an Najee Harris or a Travis Etienne.
Yep. If they did that, wow, they could be a force to be reckoned with.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong, they just needed someone to be able to throw the ball. Because, unfortunately, some people, I don't know who they are, but they really quite liked Gardner Minshew and thought he was the answer. And I don't know if there's anyone on our podcast who was maybe always against Minshew and seemed to dislike Minshew quite a lot. I'm not sure if we had anyone like that in our podcast.
No.
But
I think we were all very pro Minshew, were we not?
Yeah, I definitely didn't rate him as the worst quarterback in the league or anything like that. But yeah, I think my point was
They also
proven.
added Shaq Griffin at corner.
That's true.
So, both sides of the ball there.
Oh, I mean, look at that.
Steady.
CJ Beathard.
CJ Beathard.
They don't need a quarterback.
So with 5 minutes already gone, we know that they're not picking a quarterback now.
Carlos Hyde at running back as well.
Okay, I did not know that.
No, this is. I thought I followed it in the off season quite. They've got a lot of people in free agency. Tell you.
Where did he come from? Oh, they lost Keelan Cole.
Yeah, Mike Glennon. That's a big loss. Mike Glennon. Hopefully, CJ Beathard can step into his shoes, and Chris Conley lost as well. It's all the wide receivers.
Yeah, it would appear as much as they've added. I didn't realise they'd lost both Keelan Cole and
No, nor did I.
Chris Conley. But yeah, it's amazing what just one draft and a very quick turnaround can do. Because at times, Mike Glennon looked as if he was kind of getting things rolling on a couple of occasions, but There just wasn't quite enough from him,
Yeah.
and I don't think anyone ever expected a lot of him.
I hope that they pick well, because I remember one of the I'm not sure if it was the most recent time they've been in the top 5, but one of the most recent times, obviously they drafted Leonard Fournette, who was, don't get me wrong, very good for them. But then obviously there was some off the field issues and they let him go. I think he was not particularly great in the dressing room as well, if I remember correctly. But we know that Fournette is a good talent, as he showed at Tampa Bay. And so hopefully they've got another successful pick here. I mean, I'm sure it's hard to be unsuccessful with Trevor Lawrence.
Aye, I think it obviously picks itself, but I think it'll iron itself out.
Here
as
we
well,
go. That's a
quickly.
stat. They've made 6 picks in the top 10 in the last 10 years of the Jacksonville Jaguars. None of them are still on their roster.
That's not a good start.
That is your issue, isn't it?
Yeah, I think when you're picking that high up, you would like at least even just one of them.
Yeah.
To just be a normal generation, not even a generational talent, like a normal talent guy that, is going to be good for you, not somebody that's going to disappear after a couple of years and, amount to nada. Clearly, as we mentioned, the American COVID rules are massively different to the fact that we can't be in our own houses with other people, since there's about 400 million folk out the back of here.
Yeah.
Absolutely shouting.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It really is.
They really are taking the biscuit here,
They are taking the mickey. You are correct there.
Avoid using a swear word there. Why does it take 8 minutes to make this pick? Just put it in.
I know, it's just for it's the drama. They might try and trade away. I mean, that's the real question. If they did trade this away, how much would they get back?
What would they want for it?
Be very
just
interesting.
Take everyone else in the top 10's picks, and then they all get the share of Trevor Lawrence. Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in.
Right, who do we think it's going to be?
I think it will be Jennifer Lawrence.
I'll ask Claire as she walks past here. Who do you think the pick is in? The first overall pick is in. Who do you think it's going to be? Aaron Rodgers, says Claire.
I mean, the way Aaron Rodgers was moving about in this draft, if someone said they wanted to pick him number 1 overall, it wouldn't be the most lucrative thing that's happened tonight.
Yeah, it's only rookies, so Aaron Rodgers is not up for option, I'm afraid.
Pick is in. Lots of clapping and cheering in the draft room there of the
I've got an unknown player. I don't know what college he's from, but Claire has selected Mark Smith with the first overall pick.
Oh, Mark Smith.
What position does he play? I don't know. So he's a utility player. He can play across all positions.
A utility player.
And what college did he come from? Yale. There you go. That amazing football program at Yale.
But
I don't know if I've ever seen a football. He studied marine biology at Yale.
Here we go.
Okay. There we go. Well, the first pick is in. If you want to watch
Roger
this,
Goodell
you can. Roger Goodell. If you're stood there, you're not on camera. Don't worry. Roger Goodell is coming out. This is his.
That poor woman's been sitting there for 8 minutes.
This is his chair that he did the draft in. They did the draft in last year in his basement when they had to do it from home. So he's brought the chair to Cleveland, and fans get to sit in the chair while the pick's being made for the team.
Players actually have to go up on stage when they get picked.
Only if they're there. Trevor Lawrence isn't there. Who gets picked with the first pick?
Oh my.
Trevor Lawrence. Who would have guessed? We've only known for the last 3 months that he's going to be the first overall pick. There is Trevor Lawrence there. Claire is giving us great information here for anyone listening in. If you've not seen Harry Potter, Trevor is the name of a frog in Harry Potter. Yes. Claire is away to bed, even though she claimed in the comments that she cannot wait. She's waited. Thank you very much. Claire has been advertising the live stream on her social medias. So, but yep, Trevor Lawrence. What do you think, Kai, of that as a pick? Was it expected?
I think it's exactly as we expected. Sorry, I'm trying not to laugh as you ask that because Mike is just messaging saying, "What happens if the clock runs out? Do they do a wee? Do they do what we do and spin a wee wheel with players and have a wee tombola on the stage?" I'm just imagining every single player that's declared for the draft
They
is put
just
into a
spin it and
tombola,
see what happens. Yeah,
and they just spin it, and whoever they take out the thing's got to go.
It's-
But yeah,
it's
Trevor Lawrence, number one pick.
only
It's been known
happened
for
to answer Mikey's question quickly. It's only happened a couple of times in NFL history, I think. And what happens is you just lose your pick, and it goes
Oh,
right
really?
to the end of the draft, I think, and you get it as the last one, if I remember rightly. Or you just choose to you just pass it up, I think, and you don't draft anyone with it, if I remember correctly, because I think I asked this question last year.
Mike says bring Rod Stewart out. For anyone that's not privy to, you'll know who Rod Stewart is, but for
We
anyone
are
that's not privy to
sailing.
Scottish football, Rod Stewart infamously did the Scottish Cup draw one year, and instead of just picking the balls out normally, he was rather inebriated and picked them out quite theatrically, which has proceeded to be one of the most amusing moments in Scottish football over the last couple of years.
This is where, by the way, I'm able to get my predetermined last pick, number one, Trevor Lawrence to the Jags. The Jets are not particularly good at drafting players either, unfortunately.
Yeah, as we can see here. Traded, cut.
Now this, for everyone watching the live stream at home, is obviously my first attempt at a live stream for us here, so I'm updating my page as we go. So hopefully it will have updated to pick 2 being for the Jets, as the team on the clock, and Trevor Lawrence being at the Jags as the last pick. And we'll try and keep the screen updated. For anyone who's not able to watch along, you should be able to watch along. As us and the draft as well. But for anyone that doesn't know, we will talk everyone through it here and we'll give our analysis, but we can't really give a huge amount of analysis, I'm sure you'll agree, Kai, for the Jags picking Lawrence, because I think we've analysed that for the last 3 months.
I think it's been, as we kind of said, it's been predetermined for months, and it doesn't come as any sort of surprise for anyone. I think it's exactly what the organisation need. It's exactly what the team need, and I think we'll see a massive jump up in quality from the team for the year to come. I'm just looking at this. The Jets only have 3.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yes.
So clearly, as soon as so does the timer start running down as soon as the pick's announced, or as soon as the pick is in?
As soon as the pick is in, and the team who's next gets told what the pick is before it gets announced.
Okay. Imagine like Jets organisation like running about spoiling the picks for everyone.
Now, obviously, they've added Corey Davis.
So,
I'm just looking there at the wide receiver position.
Yeah. That's quite a big addition for
Marcus
them.
Joyner at safety is a good safety as well.
Run it, Tevin Coleman. I did not realise he'd ended up on the Jets.
No, he's there as well, and he didn't have a particularly great season, obviously, at the 49ers.
Yeah, I think he was a bit injury ridden.
Yes,
as were almost every single member of that organisation last year. The 49ers could not catch a break with injury. Obviously, the Jets also lost Joe Flacco as well as Sam Darnold. Joe Flacco going to his hometown team to come and join the Dem Eagles. That's an interesting stat. The Jets used 5 of their 9 picks last year on offense.
And it wasn't a very good offense, was it?
No, it wasn't at all. To be honest, the pick is in. The pick is in.
See, you're giving us some spoilers here. You're about 2 seconds ahead of me. So how was I to know if the pick was in or not? Huh?
Okay, I'll say nothing.
I'm only
The
joking.
pick is
I'm
coming
only
in.
joking. Warner's Corner. I don't know if I like that, but obviously it's delivered by Pizza Hut. And for anyone that doesn't know, the PHFL podcast is the Pizza Hut Fantasy League, as it started off as a group of folk from Pizza Hut here in the west of Scotland. It's kind of branched out into people who weren't at Pizza Hut, interlopers like Mikey, obviously. But it started off as that. Hence, we have a little pizza in our logo. So we always have a wee soft spot for Pizza Hut, don't we?
Of course. And as a current employee of said pizza restaurant, I will always have a soft spot for them.
Exactly, and I'll always have a soft spot for that dough in my belly.
And for those of you who didn't know what pizza was until earlier on, Pizza Hut is a large establishment that sells said goodie.
Exactly, it certainly is.
This pick is taking its time. Roger Goodell is sauntering very slowly to the chair.
I see him, yep. Who's
And
the
the chair
Jets
has-
person on his chair? We never got to see that person
Yeah.
go into the
Oh, it's a
chair.
guy. It's a large man. Is he? I don't really know what the point of this is. Like, do they just get to sit in the chair while
Yeah,
they're
I'm
making
not
the
sure. Is
pick?
it for a photo opportunity? Is it a way to spread COVID? I'm not sure.
Now, obviously, we don't know what the story was with the first pick because obviously Trevor Lawrence wasn't there. But like, obviously, with this pick,
They have chosen Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson, as we kind of anticipated, he was already on his way as they were making that pick. So, will the fan get the photo opportunity with Zach Wilson in the Jets jersey? Maybe that's what it is. But again, kind of what we were anticipating that second overall pick to be. And I think the Jets have got themselves a pretty good player there.
Yes, I certainly agree. Sorry, I was just
He's
adjusting
he's
our
hyped up. He's
live
very
stream here.
hyped up. Well,
Oh, I'm sure that's a lovely COVID secure environment, hopefully, with all these
Yeah.
high fives going on. It could be a super spreader event. Sorry, I realise I'm going a bit. We shouldn't really be thinking about that, should we? In
I don't know.
this,
We should really be thinking positively, but it's hard not to think
It's
of
hard
everything
not
from a
to.
COVID lens at the moment.
Exactly, it seems
Okay,
to be all
so
it is.
is this
So that
is
is.
this fan going to get a picture?
I
No, he's
mean,
not.
he's out the chairs, you know. I mean, I think that it's done. I'm not quite sure what the chair's about. I think this could be the biggest bit of this whole
Yeah.
draft. Is what on earth was that chair for? Yeah. So that is pick 2. Zach Wilson, quarterback's gone to the Jets, and currently on the clock at pick 3 is the 49ers, which we're expecting to be Mac Jones, but we're not sure. But it looks like it's going to be a quarterback. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't a quarterback, because it appears they've moved up for a quarterback.
Yeah, I think there is only one reason you move up to that high in the draft.
Yeah.
I don't think they're moving up to that kind of level for anyone else. I would say probably most other positions on their team are pretty solid, especially on the offense. They've got plenty of depth at wide receiver, running back wise.
I mean, they've
He
got a
most
very good
certainly gets
defense
going.
as well, in my opinion.
But then obviously, yeah, they have a fantastic defense, probably more renowned for being good on defense and productive on offense. So if they can paper over the cracks a wee bit on offense and get things working, then I think there's a good chance that they see a massive upturn in fortunes as well. I just can't quite. The one thing that always annoys me about Zach Wilson is nothing to do with him, but merely the fact that BYU play on a bright blue plastic artificial pitch.
I mean,
That
as
doesn't
a
sit well with me.
as like discussing plastic pitches is always a bit of a conversation with me. As
Taboo subject.
for anyone who likes the other type of football, soccer, if you're in America. My football team here in Scotland to play on a plastic pitch, and it's often a debate, isn't it, about whether plastic pitches are the right way to go.
It comes up quite often.
But certainly, at least over here, our plastic pitches are green. The fact that it's blue, that one there at BYU is a bit
It's good on.
interesting.
Yeah. So there was just a kind of awkward moment there where they were waiting for the camera to pan back to the Jets fans, and Jets fans were just kind of standing, staring into nothingness. That was like creepy.
It's very strange.
But yeah, plastic pitches are not the way to go.
I must say, I do think Zach Wilson is a good fit for the Jets. I think he's got the personality to deal with that big city. That kind of big city environment. There's 4 minutes here left for the 49ers to make their pick, and Melissa Stark's having a conversation with Zach Wilson at the moment. Just looking at some of his statistics from last year: 3,600 yards, 33 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. Not a bad ratio at all there, is it? Let's be honest. 73% completion percentage.
Pretty impressive. He's not played many games though, has he?
No, he's not. No, he's only been a starter for 2 years, I think.
Yeah, but I suppose if they've seen what they need to see of him and he's going second overall in the draft, then
yeah,
that counts for absolutely nothing, because there's been guys that have been drafted this high up before that have been absolutely garbage. So.
Yes, that's very true.
It's all in how well you play in the NFL.
Yeah, but I mean, he's following in footsteps of someone like a Joe Namath there, who's the big name at the Jets, but certainly.
Sanchez.
And yeah, we know that butt fumble, don't we? In recent years, the Jets have been a bit of a laughing stock. I don't know if you've seen recently the trailer for Series 2 of Ted Lasso.
I've not.
For anyone that doesn't know, Ted Lasso is a series on Disney Plus, where it follows an American football coach coming over to manage a soccer team in England. One of the trailers for season 2, which has just come out. It says, "We don't call a team unlucky. What do we call them?" And the answer was the New York Jets. So they're almost seen as a bit of a laughing stock, in the community as not a very good team. So hopefully they can improve with that. I think they were hoping that with Sam Darnold a few years ago, but obviously they've chosen to move off. To be honest, I don't think it was Darnold's fault. I think we've mentioned this before. I think it was more to do with Adam Gase. Because the same thing happened in Miami. Tannehill was rubbish. Everyone thought it was Tannehill when Gase was the coach, and Tannehill moved to the Titans, and turns out Tannehill's quite good. So be interesting to see if Zach Wilson does do well under Robert Saleh. The only thing I'm slightly worried about is it's Saleh's first job as well as a head coach.
That's maybe a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's maybe slightly worrying, but.
This pick's certainly gone down close to the wire.
Well, see, this is the first one where I think there's options. We've discussed it could be Lance, it could be Jones. So
I think it's a 90. I don't know. My telly's kind of.
The pick is in.
The pick is in, I think.
It is indeed.
Pick is indeed in, so we're about to find out.
You're to scan the code on the right for who the 49ers will select with the 3rd overall pick.
But I think it's probably a 90 to 10 split.
Yep.
Mac Jones to
my
Lance,
live feed has just cut out there on the NFL Game Pass, so I'm going to have to load back into it.
Obviously now with that, the Falcons are also on the clock while we wait for the 49ers selection. If you don't get back in...
No, I'm back in now. We'll just see how delayed I am compared to you, or if I'm maybe ahead of you now. I don't know what it's going
to... there's a clock in the background on my screen that has 9 minutes and 1 second on the clock.
You're 5 seconds ahead of me then. Because I've just hit 9:01 now. 9. So on the clock at pick 4 is Atlanta.
Is anyone going to make the pick here? Oh, here it comes. Now
saunters out onto the stage there.
This will be interesting. This will be interesting.
Who is the pick? Let's have a listen. Remember, 5 seconds behind, Jones, so don't spoil it too much for me if you hear it.
I will say nothing until you say
Still
something.
slowly sauntering out. Is this there's a lassie just sat in the chair. I'm still not sure what this chair's about. This is going to be a conversation every time. Trey Lance.
Oh,
That was not expected. I think Mac Jones was what a lot of people thought was going to happen.
That I really didn't think that was going to happen. I know we said it was a toss-up between the two.
Surely they want to give that pick back because look at his shoes and no socks.
Yeah, that's an automatic no.
Sorry, you're not joining my organisation, but Trey Lance joins the 49ers.
Now, for purely betting purposes, I don't know if that's any good for me. Oh, no, it doesn't really matter. No. Oh, no, Mac Jones to the 49ers was on one of mine for 500 quid. Great. Smash.
Well, that's not... I didn't end up putting any bets on.
That's...
Normally I enjoy a bet, but not tonight. I was too busy being a live streaming maestro to do anything about that.
Now that obviously makes the rest of this top 10 quite interesting.
It'd be interesting to see where Mac Jones goes now, because the only reason that we thought he was going to be so high is because of the 49ers. Now, to be honest, there's not a lot of other people that like Mac Jones. Someone like a Patriots in 15 could probably wait for him to come down now,
Yep. I think there's a good chance we see the Patriots just sit there and wait, but do someone like the Bengals. Maybe Bengals? No, not Bengals. Bears? They definitely don't want a quarterback. Do the Bears potentially?
Because the Bears could then jump up to, I was going to say 14 with the Vikings, but there's no way the Vikings will trade with the Bears, so maybe 13 with the Chargers. Maybe Washington jump up. It's been very interesting to see. I must say, I like the pick though. I quite like Trey Lance. I think that's going to be a good pick. I think he could probably start.
I think if I was to pick a quarterback of the two that I would personally take, I think I would have taken Trey Lance before I took Mac Jones, but I think I was kind of more expecting Mac Jones to go there, to be honest.
Yeah. So that's very interesting. So we've got the Falcons now on the clock, obviously. Do we think they're going Pitts? Do we think they're going QB? Do we think they're trading out the position?
Again, it's kind of hard. It's hard to say, but I think it's probably more likely they take Pitts there, and more so for just what we've said as he's kind of freak of nature type talent, where other people, because there's not somebody that jumps out. I would say for them they desperately need, aside from potentially a quarterback of the future, but of the two kind of big ones left, the one I would say is more suited to the Falcons is Justin Fields.
Well, there's a talk for a long time
that
Fields could go to the Falcons, and then it moved away toward Pitts. Be interesting to see exactly what happens. I like that Lance pick. I must say, I have enjoyed. I think that maneuverability, I think it's going to be as a big bit that's been a selling point. I think that that's what they were missing with someone like a Garoppolo. I'm not saying he's not mobile, but he's not like, you're watching this on screen just now. You're seeing how much Lance is running. That's not what Garoppolo was. He was more a pocket passer.
Yeah.
And that's what they said. If I remember rightly, they were saying that they wanted someone to be a bit more manoeuvrable, and then they were talking about getting Mac Jones, and I was like, of all the people who are manoeuvrable, Mac Jones is
the least manoeuvrable pick ever.
Exactly.
Guy doesn't look as if he could run the length himself at times.
Exactly. It'd be very, very interesting indeed.
So I think we have come to the conclusion that chair is the most pointless exercise ever.
Honestly,
because the person in said chair gets to do nada.
I have no idea what on earth is happening with that chair. That's the weirdest thing. Like, they made such a big point of involving the chair, and it appears to be for no reason at all.
You would be so excited if you were the person that got to get into the chair thinking you were going to get to do something. Just fill some time by sitting there and then get off the stage again.
Now, obviously, Atlanta have got a very interesting thing. There's talks of Julio Jones being traded as well,
Yeah,
which is very interesting. So, do they go wide receiver? I basically Pitts acts like a wide receiver as well as a tight end.
so I think that's probably why Kyle Pitts is such a kind of locked in choice here. Is because they don't need a quarterback right now. You know, they would get another season of um, Matt Ryan,
Well, basically, they're
and
stuck
then
for
you
2
only get
years with Matt Ryan, Kai, because
yeah,
the
the
contract is
contract
so bad.
dreadful.
It's one of the worst contracts I think I've ever seen in terms of like how much it's going to cost them. It's like 25 million a season for the next 2 years, and they can't get out of it.
Yeah,
So even if they, but that's the
oh,
problem as well. If they draft a quarterback, Atlanta here, say they play Ryan the first 3 games, he's rubbish. Okay, there'll be calls to
yeah,
put a Fields in, and then you've got a
and
backup
then you
QB
still
costing
lock
you
Matt Ryan.
25 million just to sit on the bench.
I think yeah, I think there's probably a very good chance it would cause more problems than it would have any benefit to
Yeah.
the so again,
Oh, the pick is
Mr.
in.
Mr. Goodell's certainly taking his time
Yeah.
to get himself down there. Now, obviously, Mikey is watching this, and I think he's ever so slightly further ahead. We're both obviously watching it on some sort of streamed means. So Mikey's keeping nice and quiet in the group chat for us. Thank you very much, Mikey.
Very kind of him, yes. Very kind of him.
And obviously, I'm not saying anything until Adam says something, and I immediately reacted to that last one.
Yes, well, I applaud. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't make a huge difference. But that is quite a large individual that was in that chair. I'm just,
He's big.
yeah.
All he's got to do is see the thing before they tell us who it is.
Aye.
Here we go.
Here we go, right. With the 4th pick in the draft,
They take
Kyle Pitts.
Pitts, as we kind of anticipated.
Kind of anticipated that, as you say.
I think that's probably a sensible choice. Potentially the best talent in this draft in terms of what he's capable of. As we've kind of said, he's a dual threat. You'll get him as a tight end. You'll get him as a fullback. You might get him even as a running back if you need to put him in there. But you also get him as a deep threat as well when he's a big physical guy. So
yeah, he lines up tight end or in the slot. You know, he reminds me of. He reminds me of someone like a Darren Waller in terms of his kind of pace as well.
Literally, as you said that, it popped up on screen saying NFL comparison.
Oh,
Darren Waller.
You know what? I should do this job, shouldn't I? Let's be honest.
You should do this. You should do that full time. Does Kyle Pitts have a hat? You always get a hat here. Kyle Pitts looks as if he's a bit
See, you are correct, by the way. You were predicting the man wearing the green suit with the yellow pads. It was Pitts. You're correct.
It was Kyle Pitts. Yeah. He's a big, tall man. Good God.
Oh, of course he is.
He just about took his head off coming out that small gap. So yeah, hit or miss. I was surprised that it went the way that it did. I think don't think anyone can be too shocked at how it's gone.
Yeah, my stream just froze there again. I don't know what the time is for you. I've just hit 6 minutes left on this pick. Just for when we're trying to sync ourselves up again.
Goes back to giving me the time on it. It just says selection at the moment for Kyle Pitts. But that's not what I want. I want to know how much time the Bengals have left here. Just watching some of this Kyle Pitts film, he's just such a fast. They've just mentioned change of direction. He's as obviously some tight ends are, and as tight end typically as they're big physical guys, and they kind of don't run routes very well. But It looks like Kyle Pitts is just ridiculously good running a route.
It's almost how do you match up against him? Because if you go up against him with a
can't.
corner, typically he's taller than a corner. You know, if you go up against him with a linebacker, he's faster than a linebacker. If you go up against him, you know, with a safety, you know, he's not as good in man coverage. You know, it's not fair. But that offense now, the only issue I'd say with that Falcons offense, you know, Mike Davis being your lead running back. I mean, don't get me wrong, he showed some good stuff at the Panthers last year, but still, you know, receiving threats are Jones at the moment, Ridley, Pitts, Matt Ryan passing. So it's a good team. 4 minutes 30 on the dot now for me.
Oh, okay, so you're not actually that far behind me. I was 4 minutes 29.
Right. That's fine. We're fairly close then. Fully vaccinated draft room, it says there, which is always good to know.
Well done, the Falcons, for all being vaccinated. That's very good of you, people. I love the fact that there's so many guys in there just, you know, celebrating something that they've all known for a very long time.
Well, basically, yeah, because it was almost expected they were going to be the first non-QB selection, you know.
So Mikey has just sent us an article from NBC Sports, Jonathan Warner, from Warner's Corner. If the Bengals don't draft Penei Sewell, they should leave the NFL. And you know what, Jonathan Warner, I don't think you're far off being correct there. I think it would be one of the most bizarre things ever if they don't. Now, it's obviously not set in stone, as we've kind of discussed earlier, with you potentially thinking they could take Jamar Chase here, which again, as much as, you know, Sewell I think is the most sensible option, I wouldn't be overly surprised if they take Jamar Chase because he's so good.
I mean, bringing Burrows and Chase back together, you know.
That's, yeah.
This is not a pick I expect to be traded. The next few, though, I can imagine the Dolphins trading down. I can imagine the Lions, and I can imagine the Panthers. So I expect the Bengals to pick, and then I'm not sure. I think the Dolphins will probably pick because they've also got the 18th pick as well. So they might move that one, but I imagine they will pick at 6. But the Lions and Panthers could very easily trade, especially for a team looking to come up for a QB.
I think they're more likely to trade than they are to pick, to be honest. Now that Mac Jones is in and around that area, I think this is maybe, if the Patriots have real eyes on taking him, I think this is where he potentially looks to. They look to potentially jump up to try and take him, especially with the Broncos sitting at 9. I think as much as they've maybe not shown a massive interest in Mac Jones, they don't get much different between Mac Jones and Drew Lock in terms of ability. I think long term Mac Jones is potentially a better quarterback, but I think they're probably the biggest threat to the Patriots here.
Yeah, I'm just reading here from Adam Schefter. The 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts what their pick was. The scouts and coaches did not know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced.
Now that could go down very, very badly because I don't think it was any secret that Kyle Shanahan was pretty high on Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I don't think he's going to be disappointed to get someone like Trey Lance, who's still a very, very talented quarterback. But it's two very different quarterbacks. And clearly, Kyle Shanahan's had his eye on Mac Jones from a system perspective. If that's the way he wants to play, then he wants a quarterback that will fit into it. So.
And obviously, Atlanta making history by drafting the highest drafted tight end of all time.
I hadn't even thought of that, actually.
Drafted 4th overall.
Previously
it was 5th overalls. And 72 and 61 players were drafted at number 5, but never at number 4. So Pitts is the highest drafted tight end of all time.
I think there's a good chance that stays that way for many years to come. I don't think you'll see many tight ends going higher than 4th.
No, certainly not.
And I think potentially that says all you need to know about how good this guy's going to be, or how good he's touted to be, is that somebody warrants taking him at 4.
Definitely. The pick is in.
So I'm currently watching on Sky, who've decided now's a good time to take a break.
No, the reason they've
So
done
I'm
that.
watching-
No, the reason they've done that is because the NFL have also chosen to take a break. So we're watching a break, but along the bottom, I still have all the stuff popping up. So it does say that the Bengals have made their pick.
So I am now getting out of the ad break and going back into the thing where I also have that the Bengals have got their pick in. Oh,
We've just seen a picture of Trevor Lawrence put on a hat.
Trevor Lawrence. Yeah. That's Zach Wilson. Trey Lance.
It's got very dark in Cincinnati, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Cincinnati.
very quickly
And
as well.
that's not the right place. They're in Cleveland, not Cincinnati. In Cleveland, very, very dark.
Oh, look at the guy in the chair. Look at the guy in the chair
Goodness
for the
me,
Bengals.
what on earth? You're probably about 2 seconds ahead of me
Here
if
we
you
go.
saw him first then. Jamar Chase, I was correct with my prediction. Old college teammate, as we said, back together with Burrow. I mean, they've got a nice receiving room there now, don't they, with T. Higgins, and they've got Tyler Boyd.
A very nice receiving room, but
That's
unfortunately none of them will be able to run any sort of deep routes.
That's
because
very
Joe
true.
Burrow will get absolutely melted every 2 seconds.
That's almost a kind of 2 fingers up as well to AJ Green, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's potentially the end of AJ Green as we knew him.
Well, I mean, already was. He's moved away, but I think it's a bit of a kind of like, we can replace you. You went you went all that, because I think they had a little bit of a falling out. I mean, Jamar, just look at him. He's already a physical specimen. He's already prepared for the NFL. He's NFL ready. He's an NFL player who was playing in college, let's be honest. And he's had a year off as well.
I think that's I'm kind of slightly in shock here because I'm now obviously looking to who is going to take Penei Sewell.
My prediction is Dolphins, and if not, I think it might drop. The Lions could easily take him. The Panthers could take him. There's a lot of teams who could
But I'm
take
also
him.
now looking at this from an Eagles perspective as well. Devonta Smith probably ain't going to be there at 12. I think there's a very good chance he's gone by then. The Dolphins will probably be pretty gutted right now.
Yeah, I think that maybe makes their mind up for them. I think they would happily have taken Chase if he was there.
Yeah.
But I think they'll take Sewell, to be honest. I think that was what their debate was. It was one of the two.
Oh, I had Jamar Chase to the Bengals in one of my bets, but I also had Trey Lance to the Broncos in the same one, so that one's down.
Well, so far in our predictions for top 10, I've got 4 of the 5 correct.
Did you say Trey Lance?
No.
Oh,
I said
sorry.
Jamar Chase.
So far, I have 2, 3 of the 5. Oh my gosh, the Dolphins picks in already.
Well, there we go. They obviously knew what they wanted.
I think they know exactly who they're taking. Yep, I think they were probably pretty. It was obviously if he goes here, we take him. If he doesn't, we take him.
Well, for what I heard, that
basically
basically was it. I think the Dolphins had 2 players in mind, i.e. Chase and Sewell, and whoever didn't get picked, they would take. I think this could be a very, very good partnership for Cincinnati. Obviously, reuniting Burrows with Joe Burrow with
Jamar
Chase.
Yeah, I think they just need to be quite sensible about who they use him and that other bloke they've got.
T. Higgins.
The routes and that. What's his name? T. Higgins.
They've got Tyler Boyd in the slot as well. And they've got
Yeah,
Joe Mixon at running.
Tyler
I
Boyd
mean,
had a good season last year actually as well. Him and Joe Burrow had a very good relationship.
yeah.
Um,
Do you have a little bit of a
you know,
strange bit of noise there for Rich Eisen?
yeah, don't really know what that was.
Yeah, do.
Obviously, nice to see Joe Burrow throwing a football.
Yes,
in
very
that
nice
video.
indeed. So,
Um,
as we can see from the stream, on the clock now is Detroit. We've not yet found out what the pick from Miami is. So the last pick still is Jamar Chase. But pick 7, Detroit are on the clock. It'll be interesting to see if they do a wee trade or something here. But so, what's your final thoughts? You think they made the right choice picking Chase? The
I
Bengals?
think if they maybe do some wee sensible moves, and obviously, with Chase, with T Higgins, and with Tyler Boyd in the slot, I think they might be looking for a lot of kind of wee shorter routes. I don't think Joe Burrow's going to have a lot of time in the pocket. Not got a lot of protection. I think they maybe need to be sensible about how they run this offense. But it could work in their favour. He's obviously a very, very, very talented wide receiver.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't think it's a bad pick.
No, I think whether they pick someone like Sewell or whether they pick Chase, I don't think it was a bad pick. Like they're certainly going to be a good player. I think some people might have had a preference of protecting their special quarterback and making sure his legs don't break all the time. But maybe they'll deal with that later on. There's a lot of offensive line talent.
They have another first round pick.
Yeah.
So did they maybe
Have they?
address that?
Have they got
that
one?
problem? No, they don't.
No, the Dolphins have got 2, but
You're
the
right.
Bengals have only got 1. But obviously they've got one quite early on in the second round, so they could get another. There's a lot of kind of good second and third round offensive line talent, so I think you could probably pick one up there. You'd have thought. I think the drop off in wide receiver talent is larger than the drop off in offensive line talent, so that's maybe why they've chosen a wide receiver here. Oh my goodness me! Who are they? Are they just picking the most crazily dressed people in this crowd?
Oh my goodness! Right, here we go.
Here we go. Let's see what this pick is. Jalen Waddle.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
That is not what I expected. But I suppose that's very similar to what happened with Joe Burrows there. Then Joe Burrow there. But given his college teammate back to him to see if that that production works there. Be interested to see. I was not expecting that. I was expecting Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell could drop right down this draft. Then that could be very interesting.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance. Does Sewell come back round to the Bengals?
I don't know if he'll drop that far, but I mean, I think there's a lot of teams maybe now thinking like someone like a Lions are going,
hang on a second.
Can we someone like a Panthers, let's protect Sam Darnold,
Yeah, I think probably
the Bronco horses, as you like calling them.
The Bronco horses at 9. Yeah, interesting to see what happens in these. I think these are, as we kind of mentioned beforehand, it was kind of this pick onwards, for sure, where it kind of opens up a wee bit, and it could definitely change.
Oh, definitely,
yeah. And I think the last 2 picks have definitely changed it up. I think there's a very good chance that it totally changes up.
I
actually think.
I'm just watching the highlights here from Waddle. I didn't quite realise quite how good Waddle was.
He's ridiculous. And obviously we mentioned earlier that Devonta Smith said if Jalen Waddle had played for the Lions have made a pick. Their pick is in.
That surprises me. I must be honest.
I think there's a good chance that's Sewell or Rashawn Slater.
I think it's got to be an offensive lineman, doesn't it?
I think they would probably have been jumping for joy in their heads if they thought Sewell would still be sitting there at 7. I think you would have thought maybe someone would have taken him by now.
Yeah.
But I think that's potentially why they've picked at 7, is because he's still there.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if this isn't an offensive lineman. Or do they maybe just go, you know what? Well, there's been 2 wide receivers gone now. Do we just take one now so that nobody else can?
That's
Do they
very
take
interesting.
Devonta Smith? Yeah. But I think this tape has just shown just how good Jalen Waddle potentially is.
It's that flying catch through the air. That's unbelievable. Look at
I
those
mean,
wide
look
receivers.
at that
Oh
for
my!
Dolphins. Oh my!
And you've also got
Gaskin running back, but then
Gesicki as
Devonta
well at
Parker,
tight end.
Jalen Waddle, yep, Mike Gesicki. That's
See by Thanksgiving, Miami will know if Tua is
worth it.
Exactly.
Yep, if he can't do it with that, then I think it kind of tells you everything you need to know.
Mac Jones is in the green room. I never realised that. You must have thought San Francisco were going to take him. I could be sat there a long time.
He obviously jumped up there when a certain Jalen Waddle got drafted as former teammates. So I think he'll obviously be happy for those guys, but probably a part of him that's wondering why he's still there without a team. Oh, talk of the devil, there he is right there on the phone.
Now my question is could the Detroit Lions draft a QB?
Do they sit him behind?
Because they've got Jared Goff, and clearly they traded Stafford away, and they got a lot of picks and Goff.
Yeah,
and I think Goff was kind of had to take him. They didn't particularly want him. Do you think they've maybe just taken the collateral of having Goff and they're going to draft a QB? Because no one's been talking about drafting a QB, but there's a chance they could draft one.
It would certainly be a surprise, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
I always find these interviews are very strange when they've just been drafted. You know, it's great to be a Dolphin. You're like, what do you know? How do you know it's great to be a Dolphin?
The Lions look happy. Oh, okay.
So do you think they've got someone who they didn't think would be left?
I don't know.
So they traded Stafford to the Rams for Goff, 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick.
Yeah, so really, that's not them wanting Goff. That's them
exactly. That's them wanting the picks.
Getting a good offer for Stafford. Oh, is Roger Goodell on the stand and Rich Eisen still chatting away here? Yep. Here we go. Yep.
Beneso, yeah, there we go. Because I tell you, they would not have thought that he came down that far.
Nah, I don't think they expected him to be down there.
No, I'll be honest, I didn't expect him to drop that far either. I feel as if I had a fairly correct selection, though. I suggested Slater because I thought, oh my God, what's he dressed as? Oh my goodness me.
What's he doing?
Someone come and get their da. Come on, someone's.
I quite literally someone come collect their da.
Aye. Oh my goodness me. I can only apologise for
Simply
anyone.
the best playing there.
Aye, for anyone watching as I
Was
yawn
Penny
away
Sewell a Rangers fan?
there. He's the first Polynesian player to win the Outland Trophy, whatever that is. I'm afraid I'm
I
not
have no
hugely
idea what that
knowledgeable in
means.
college trophy. I'm assuming it's like best offensive
The
lineman
best
or something
offensive
like that.
line or something? Yeah.
But Penai Sewell, obviously from Oregon, going to Detroit. I think that's a good pick. I'm going to take that was right basically with my selection there because I picked Slater, but that's because I thought Sewell would be away. I definitely thought they'd take an offensive lineman. And yeah, they've. I think that's a good pick. I think that could protect Goff. Maybe Goff will do all right. In Detroit, I mean, they don't have anyone to pass the ball to. But
I think that's obviously a very good pick for the Lions to get him there. As we say, I don't really think anyone anticipated him still being there, but I think that will certainly help them. And obviously with a good run game looking to get going as well with that guy they drafted last year, whose name had so many names floating about just now. His name has slipped my mind.
Running back DeAndre Swift, yes. I feel kind of sorry talking about their running game for Kerryon Johnson.
Yeah, he's just kind of been.
I thought Kerryon was quite good a couple of seasons ago, but obviously kind of lost his place.
He he never like set the world alight, but he was never bad when he came in. He always kind of did the job and kind of showed a wee bit of potential. Obviously, when DeAndre Swift's a very good running back in the end, and he showed it towards the end of last year. Despite being shown the cold shoulder earlier on after he dropped that pass. But yeah, I think the Lions will be pretty chuffed with that pick, as you can see from the war room just before they announced it.
Yeah, they were very hyped.
Goff will be happy with that pick as well.
Yes, that's the important thing. That's what I was saying earlier, wasn't I? I was saying that when Whitworth arrived to the Rams, Goff became a different player. So hopefully that protection from Sewell will make him a different player, as well. Carolina, I don't know what the case is for you watching the Sky coverage, but watching here the Game Pass coverage, Carolina still haven't made their pick, and there's only a minute to go. Yep. The time's still ticking down. I don't know if you can see that or not. But
I can see Roger Daltrey of the Who at the moment. So something tells me Roger Daltrey is not getting selected next.
Yeah, so I'm currently watching some advert.
I feel like the adverts are kind of lining up quite similar because I'm just about to go back into some a little bit of coverage.
40 seconds, and they've still not made the pick.
This is kind of leaning towards potentially a trade. Yes, it's not looking. So obviously the Panthers added. Oh, it's in. It's
the
in.
Pick is in.
Oh,
I tell you, there's been a lot less movement than I thought.
Who on earth are they taking here?
I think it could very easily be offensive line again.
Rashawn Slater.
Slater, yep. I think it could be a cornerback. That's who I made the selection of. In my predictions there. But the reason I made that prediction is because there was no Slater, so maybe they will pick Slater. There's a chance they could go Micah Parsons, a linebacker.
Micah Parsons was the one that was rumoured quite early on in some mock drafts and stuff. So apparently the only quarterback that the Panthers, I'm just listening to Ian Rappaport here, the only one they would be interested in taking is Justin Fields.
That would be very interesting.
This would be mental. This would be mental.
It would be very interesting indeed, wouldn't it?
But then you look at this draft just now and you think, well, where is Justin Fields going to end up if he doesn't go here? Which I don't think he will, but obviously.
Bronco horses, as you enjoy calling them.
Broncos at 9 here, next pick.
I mean, do your Eagles take a QB?
if one of Mac Jones and Justin Fields is still sitting there.
Maybe not Matt Jones, because I know not everyone's as high on Matt Jones, but if Fields is still there,
Fields is still there, and Surtain and JC Horn are gone. Devonta Smith's gone, because they could all go in the next few picks.
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to taking Justin Fields, but I also quite like Jalen Hurts. So.
Hey, talking about Smith, what do you think Smith here? I don't know if it will happen, but that'd be to go alongside DJ Moore and Curtis Robbie Anderson.
I think it would be a wee bit bogged down, but you never know.
Sam Darnold throwing it,
We're about to find out. Roger Goodell really needs to speed up his walk.
Well, he's sauntering in behind. I can see him there. He's about to go past the person in the chair. Wonder what they're wearing.
The chair looks normal this time. He's got a mask on and a hat. Yeah, it's a normal guy.
So all that is,
really happy to be there.
All that's happening here is he literally just shows them the pick before we get to hear it.
Here we go. Oh.
Hey,
okay.
I predicted that. In our prediction earlier on.
Interesting.
He was rising up the boards. Remember, it was Farley and Surtain who were the two cornerbacks, who were rated highly. And he's just jumped up the boards, and he's now obviously the first cornerback taken. I was going to say, they're just mentioning there, 7 straight offensive players is actually a record for a draft. To start a draft.
Obviously offensive tackle as well.
Yeah, they've had 6 straight offensive and 6 straight defensive before, but this is the first time there's ever been 7 straight. So he's the first defensive player off the board. And what did I say as well in terms of a bet earlier on today, Kai? I wish I'd put it on now. 5-2 for JC Horn to be the first defensive player off the board.
Yeah.
Definitely worth the money, I tell you. I think this boy's going to be good, and I'd say that's why I suggested he was going to the Panthers. I thought the Panthers might trade out of this. There's going to be fewer trades than I thought. I thought there was going to be a lot of teams trying to jump up.
I think, as we said, I think this is where we thought there would maybe be at least one by now. And something now tells me that the Broncos don't trade and the Broncos pick up one of those QBs.
I think surely they've got to go for a Fields here, you'd have thought.
And then if they take Justin Fields at 9, Surtain goes at 10 to the Cowboys.
Cowboys are almost certainly taking
I think the Eagles are very much now in a position where they could lose all 3 of the guys that they could potentially want in Horn, Surtain and Devonta Smith.
Do you think?
And then who on earth they would take?
Do you think the Giants would take Smith?
Yeah. I think there's a very real chance, actually, that the Giants take Smith. I mean, he's the Heisman Trophy winner. I know, obviously, there's been questions before about his athleticism and his kind of stature, but I think there's probably a good chance that they just look at how good a player he is and how talented he is, and really that with a lot of teams at this point, they just take the best player in the draft, and I think in many aspects at that point he might be the best player in the draft.
So talking about best player then, do you think the Broncos go for a quarterback here? Because obviously they've only recently traded for Bridgewater.
I would say there's a good chance it's going to be a quarterback. And I think if we're being honest, I think it's probably going to be Justin Fields.
Yeah.
I do think that the more we kind of talk about it, the more these picks goes on. I think that honestly think Patriots are sitting at 15, happy enough to just sit and wait. I think Mac Jones will fall to them. And I think if he falls in their lap, I think they would probably be pretty silly not to take him.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, who else would they pick apart from Fields here for the Broncos? Like, I'm trying to think. Yeah. Do they take corner at this stage? Do they go for another wide receiver? But they've already got Judy, and they've already got Cortland Sutton, who was injured last year.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton. I think they would maybe be silly to take wide receiver. I don't think it's something that they desperately need. You would be adding another wide receiver to a roster without a proper solid quarterback.
do they
I'm not
take
saying a quarterback they're not good, but
do they take an offensive lineman?
who's the next big offensive line? Oh, Sean Slater's still there, actually. Isn't he? Yeah.
Elijah Vera Tucker, if they wanted
Yep.
internal lineman. I mean, Slater can play across the line. He can play tackle or at guard. So
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people early on were maybe thinking there was a chance that he could end up being very, very close to Sewell. Obviously, Sewell's just such a good talent, but I think Rashawn Slater seems to be more versatile.
Did they go corner? Did they need a corner? I mean, they kind of dealt with that in free agency, didn't they? They brought Fuller in, didn't they?
Yeah.
Did they take Parsons?
He seems to be floating around at this kind of stage of a lot of the mock drafts, but like, do these teams really need? Again, it's this is what makes this bit of the draft interesting, is that really they could take lots of people.
This is making me think they're maybe trying to sort out a trade here.
Yeah. Obviously, as it stands, the Broncos have the likes of, who have we got at corner? Kyle Fuller, Ronald Darby, Bryce Callahan. Like, they've got some decent corners. They've got quite good depth at corner as well, actually. Probably not corner in terms of like linebackers. I'm not.
Do they want to go for an edge rusher? Just looking at Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Do they go for someone like a Gregory Rousseau off the edge? I mean, they've got Von Miller and Bradley Chubb, but is Von Miller getting to that age where you might want to draft a replacement for him?
Yeah. They are in a kind of fortunate position where they have a lot of things they can do.
I think the best thing they could do is trade out, and I'm thinking.
I really think trade. Yeah.
I'm thinking they don't. They maybe don't have a trade partner. I'm thinking that's maybe why this is taking so long.
A lot of activity going on here.
No.
In this draft room, by the looks of it, they look a wee bit like they're all waiting for something to happen in terms of a trade.
Someone's on the phone.
Yeah, this looks trade-esque. This doesn't look as if they're waiting to get.
It's not like it's a welcome to the team sort of thing, is it?
It's especially with 35 seconds left. They're kind of cutting this quite fine. Oh, they've picked.
They have made a pick. There we go. Well, who was answering the phone there? Because it didn't look like.
It wasn't Justin Fields, and it wasn't Mac Jones either.
No, exactly.
So
the
now
Cowboys on the clock.
The Cowboys are on the clock.
I think it's almost certain to be Surtain, isn't it?
For the Cowboys, I would think so, yeah.
I'll just put that pick in already.
I want a trade. Come on, trades.
I mean, we were talking this up so much, weren't we? And it turns out I
want a trade inside the top 10.
Yeah.
We have one pick left, and I don't think the Cowboys are going to do it.
No.
Oh, Adam, I have a belated message from your good lady from 22 minutes ago.
Tell you
that you're shouting.
Yeah. Yeah, may or may not have had one on Snapchat as well for her.
The man in the chair for the Broncos here looks very hyped up. What is he wearing? What on earth is that?
Wait a minute, I've just seen him stand up.
Is
he wearing a box? What? What is going on there?
Here we go.
Patrick Surtain.
That puts a spanner in the works.
Certainly does. I was talking about cornerback, but I'd all thought maybe they didn't need one, but they've taken one anyway. What do you think about that? Do you think they've maybe just went best player available? Or do you think because they took so long making that pick, do you think they've got to the stage they were trying to make a trade, couldn't make a trade, so they just picked the best available player?
I think that's maybe a like you say. I think they've maybe wanted that to be a trade, before they did anything else. I think they've maybe just settled on the fact that he's a massive talent, and yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you can't complain about that draft pick. He's a very good player. You know,
You just know what's going to happen now is that it'll get to the Eagles and we will take some random offensive lineman. I say random, we'll take an offensive lineman, which really, I mean, we had offensive line troubles last year.
now the Cowboys pick for me I find quite interesting because
could they trade?
Well, I don't think they will. I think they wanted one of these cornerbacks, and so Farley's still available if they want to go that route, but also Slater's available, and they used to have an elite offensive line, but they've lost a lot of players for that line over the last few years. So maybe a Slater who's got that versatility across the line. I can't see them picking anything apart from corner or offensive line this early on.
No, they don't need a wide receiver. They definitely don't need a quarterback. Maybe a bit of defensive help, linebacker, Micah Parsons, maybe.
Obviously, I suppose with Sean Lee going, it's Leighton Vander Esch. That's all that's really left.
It's just Leighton Vander Esch. So do you maybe bring in a Micah Parsons to play with Vander Esch while you still have him?
That's a good point. Or do they do what they did a couple of years ago when they knew who the Eagles wanted and just stole them instead?
Just took him. Yeah, I mean, I think there's also a chance that, I mean, if the Cowboys don't do it at 10, I think there's a good chance the Giants maybe do it at 11.
Can you imagine if they go wide receiver here?
I think that would just kick up absolute fuss because fine well they don't actually need
Cooper, Gallup, Lamb.
You take those three and then put. Oh, I thought they were just about to accidentally reveal the next pick by accident there when they were showing the jerseys.
I'm going to let you talk to all our thousands of people watching at home by yourself. I'm going to go and get myself a little snack. Seeing as you finish your pizza now, I'm going to go and get myself a lovely chicken breast again.
Oh, nice.
One of those earlier. I'll be back in literally 2 seconds.
I'll see you soon. So while Adam's away, something's just happened. We have a trade. The Eagles. Oh, my Eagles have moved up a spot.
Oh, they've moved up 2 spots.
My Eagles have moved up 2 spots to 10. I think. Do they jump at Caleb Farley here? But 10's a bit early for Farley. I think they're worried that Smith's going to go.
Do they go QB?
Do we try and take Justin Fields here? I don't know. I did not see the Eagles
Would
getting
you
to here.
would you take Fields?
The trade.
Would you take Fields?
I wouldn't say no, but I would rather we took someone like Devonta Smith here. To be honest, I think we've missed the 2 big talents in Surtain and Horn at corner, which was a big need. I think we've just got to go with Smith, if I'm honest. Oh my god. Eagles wide receivers drafted in the first 2 rounds. Look at the state of this. We
Yep.
took Aguilar instead of Lockett and Diggs. We took JJ Arcega-Whiteside instead of Metcalf and McLaurin. We took Jalen Reagor ahead of Justin Jefferson and Chase Claypool.
And there was one before that you took Jordan Matthews instead of Devontae
Yeah.
Adams.
Yeah.
They're also getting a
So-
third round pick. That seems a fair enough trade
Yeah, I
to move
think
up
that's
2
fair
places.
enough.
Because you had the
Third
most
round
picks.
pick. Are we really going to do much with that third?
Yeah.
Probably not.
You had the most picks to trade about anyway, so.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. I kind of quite like that.
65 sacks allowed, the most in the NFL. Did you go offensive line? Do you take Slater?
I think,
I know you're saying you want Smith, but I'm
yeah,
trying to
but
think.
I think Slater potentially makes sense to an extent as well, because it was no secret that Carson Wentz, through, I would say, partly no fault of his own, was getting closed down pretty quickly at times this season. I think he struggled quite a lot to get the ball out, and I would say part of that was on him, on the basis of he holds onto the ball for absolutely
Yeah.
millions of time. But I don't know. I would like to see Devonta Smith here, just for the sake of us finally just going, you know what, this guy's really good, I'm going to take him. But that would be too logical for the Eagles, I think. So they're on the phone, they're off the phone.
Who have they went for?
They don't look very excited. So obviously lost safety Jalen Mills, Deshaun Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey. It's got to be wide receiver. We've got nobody to throw the ball to.
I mean, your number one receiver at the moment is what, Greg Ward?
Greg Ward or Jalen Reagor.
The more I look at it, the
JJ
more this looks
Arcega-Whiteside.
like a wide receiver pick.
I don't think we would jump up to get to there to take Rashawn Slater.
The question is, who do Philly think the Giants would take? Because that's who they're trying to jump in front of.
Yeah. The pick is in.
The pick is in.
Right, come on.
See if the Eagles don't take a QB here. The Patriots have managed to get quarterback without trading up.
Yep, which would be pretty impressive, to be fair.
And I think they'd be happy with either Fields or Jones, to be honest.
I think, on a personal note, I think Mac Jones probably fits them better.
No, I agree.
Because if you take Justin Fields, you've essentially just got a younger version of Cam Newton. And I don't really know if that's what they want. I think they maybe need to look to like I don't mean run in the mill, like an actual quarterback. First and foremost, the guy is excellent at throwing the ball and doing the good things right.
Here we go, sauntering out.
Oh, he's telling the person in the chair. The person in the chair doesn't know if they know where they are.
Aye. Is he getting a snog off him?
The person in the chair's really taking their time.
Aye.
Come on, Hen.
Goodell's like, get off my hand. Leave us be, Hen. Cheers.
Come on.
What is the pick? Let's find out. He steps up. Cowboys have traded elite.
Yes. Love it.
They do take Devonta Smith. Is that the pick you wanted?
Yeah, I think deep down that's what I wanted, to be honest. I think it's just talent. Guy's clearly very, very good. And then we've just got to hope that he can stay fit, maybe even bulk up a wee bit, get a wee bit more weight on him, and then just see what we can do.
We'd like to send our congratulations to Mikey for one of his bets coming in. He had Chase, then Waddle, then Smith, in that order of the 3 wide receivers being drafted. So well done.
Congratulations, Mikey. I don't think a single one of my bets has come up.
I expect a small percentage of the winnings, Mikey.
To go to us.
Yes, if you want to pay to improve your microphone situation for the podcast, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you. We say this, but hopefully for this coming season, regulations are such that we can actually all meet together in one room and record the podcast instead of it being done online.
Remotely.
Exactly. There's a chance, I'm sure, in your abode possibly. That we might
Yes,
be able to
very good chance, actually.
Yes, I'll be
Very
able to
good chance.
bring a studio set up along.
Bring a studio to us.
Yeah. Which will make more sense, I think. And that'll work quite well, I think. That's looking into the future, obviously. And looking into the future for the Eagles, Devonta Smith looks like a fantastic deep threat for you. 6 foot, 170 pounds.
He's very big and long, which is obviously a positive thing for a wide receiver. He's just not very bulky, so he's not going to be a physical guy.
If he adds an extra £10, I think it'll make a big difference.
Yeah. Is he going to win many big contested catches, potentially based on his height? Oh, Adam!
Ho, ho, ho. Just seen it come in. This is what we're talking about. Is there going to be a big
Here
trade?
comes a QB.
This is a QB. 100% this is a QB.
They're not going to 11 to take Rashawn's later.
No. Because remember, Chicago were apparently one of the teams who were in for Russell Wilson when there was talks he was possibly leaving Seattle. And they were really thrown about as a team that could be getting that QB. And then they left with Andy Dalton. Now, that is a way to disappoint your fan base.
I'm just laughing as they showed Devonta Smith's basketball highlights in the background here. Wow. Okay. I want to know what the Giants have given up to. Maybe the Giants are sitting there going, right, we would have taken Devonta Smith, but you know what? He's not there. We don't really need anyone else. Let's try and get something for this.
I think that could be a thing. And what did we say about Gettleman?
He hates trading. Well, what's he just done? He's traded.
He doesn't trade up. He always trades down.
Trades down.
That's exactly what he's done here.
Oh yeah, Jalen Hurts and obviously Devonta Smith for United. First round pick since 2016 for the Bears. 2020, none.
Well, they had to give up a huge number of picks.
None.
What do you remember?
Oh my. Okay, so they've given the 20th pick, a 5th round pick, next year's 1st, and next year's 4th.
This is a QB. Has to be a QB. Look how much
they're not doing all that to get a Q, to not get a QB.
Do you remember how much they paid for Trubisky? They moved up one place with the 49ers and they gave them something like 3 first round picks.
Ridiculous. For Trubisky as well.
It's got to be Fields.
Yeah. There is no way that they've given up all that to get to where they are to not take a QB. And I think given the current kind of the picks in as well.
Well, I
given the
imagine
current
the pick would be
issues
in almost immediately because that's the reason they made the
in
trade for a specific person.
the given the current quarterback issues in Green Bay, this could maybe be a wee bit of
Yeah.
an interesting point for the division.
There's a poll just popped up on the NFL Game Pass app there that said, who's this pick going to be? 83% of the voters selected Fields.
Yeah, I think this. I think that's almost set in stone.
So the Cowboys said quite smartly there if they are looking for a cornerback or an offensive lineman, because none of those two picks that they dropped down have been one of those positions. So if they are still looking for a Farley or a Slater, they're both still there.
Yeah, and they've done pretty well out of it, to be honest.
Got themselves an extra third round pick.
They obviously didn't need to pick where they picked in the end. I don't think the Giants would ever have taken one of those two positions. So, right, here we go. Here we go. I'm nervous. Who's this guy?
Goodell's not particularly good at reading, is he?
No. Look how many cards he's got there to read off of. I think the writing's written in like big, thick marker.
Oh, look how far away he's holding it. Like, no, honestly, because he looks at it and then he puts it further away so he can actually read it. See, he takes a step back every time he has to read it. He just needs to wear glasses, but clearly he's in denial. Look, like, see when he picks up this card, look. See, he keeps pushing it further and further away because his eyes aren't working.
This guy in the back's just actual fist pumping. I hope this isn't taking time off the Cowboys. Well, I kind of hope it is taking time off the Cowboys pick next. But
well, that is the timer's still ticking down. Doesn't matter what happens in the stage.
well, this guy's making the selection for the Bears. Yep. There we go.
Yep.
Wow. We did say there was going to be trades.
Just a bit later than we thought.
Just a couple of picks later, and not the trades we probably anticipated. But
Nope.
wow. Okay. Oh, I'm going to have to back out of this for a second to go back in because it's froze and I can't see what's going on.
We're just looking at the draft room at the moment of the Bears, and that nothing really much was happening. We're seeing Justin Field. He's got an explosive arm and legs, big play hunter, and his toughness and competitiveness.
While we ponder that pick over, I'm going to go for a very quick toilet break.
That's perfect. I'll keep
a little drink of water, and I will be back in a minute.
Not a problem at all. See you soon. So very, very interesting indeed. Big trade, as we expected would happen at some point. There was talk of Chicago trading back up into the top 10. Turns out they've traded to 11, which is nearly the top 10, but not quite. They've got Justin Fields, who I can only assume they didn't think would still be here at this time. They've happily found a trade partner in the Giants, giving them their pick, obviously the 20th pick. So they've moved up 9 spaces and given them A 5th round pick this year, a 4th round next year, and a 1st next year as well. That's the big bit to move them up those 9 spaces. But obviously Chicago think Justin Fields is the quarterback of their future. And as a Green Bay Packers fan, I must say I'm very disappointed in that. Indeed, really, I would rather that they didn't have them as a quarterback, because this division is now going to be quite difficult to win, especially if we don't have an Aaron Rodgers, which is a chance we might not have, especially with what's going on at the moment. But yeah, I mean, Justin Fields is a good pick. Just wish it wasn't going to Chicago. That's all. Chicago against Green Bay really for that division now. Minnesota, I mean, I suppose with Kirk Cousins there's always a chance, and certainly Detroit are a bit of a fire at the moment. They're not very good, but this pick makes Justin Fields quite. Will make Chicago say this pick of Justin Fields makes Chicago quite good indeed. And now we say we've got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock at pick 12. They traded down from pick 10, where they traded with the Eagles. The Eagles picking Devonta Smith, having moved up 2 spaces. The Cowboys got themselves a 3rd round pick in that trade, just for moving down 2 spaces. And I'll be honest, I don't think they would have picked Smith, and I don't think they'd have picked Fields. So they've not actually lost the chance to pick any players they maybe wanted. My prediction here is either a Farley at cornerback or possibly more likely a Slater at offensive tackle. I quite like the look of him, especially for this Dallas team. They've their offensive line was really good 5 years ago, and since then it's kind of went away. And the pick is in here for Dallas. It'll be very interesting to see who they have selected. They're not trading down any further, which means that we're going on to pick 13 on the clock at the moment. You see Jerry Jones on the phone at the moment, very happy with his pick, it looks like. Very happy, smiling away. We'll see who he has picked. Pick 13, and that means that the LA Chargers are on the clock. I wonder who Jerry Jones there has picked. You see Mike McCarthy to his right-hand side as well in that draft room in Frisco, Texas. I'm just listening to Daniel Jeremiah here, who says possibly there's a chance of defensive line, maybe an edge rush. I'm not sure, to be honest, about that, if we're going to get an edge rusher in or not. The one I like, to be honest, is Gregory Rousseau out of Miami, but we'll see if that is what happens here. I still think possibly offensive line as opposed to defensive line, like Daniel Jeremiah suggesting there, but we'll see what happens. The pick is in. We see Goodell walking along the stage, and we'll see who they select. The Dallas Cowboys with the 12th overall pick here. That person is dressed ridiculously like a cowboy. Cowboy boots on, cowboy hat, but a feather boa also. Very strange indeed. And there's someone else walking along. I'm not sure what's going on in this draft, to be honest. I wish Kai was here to look at this. I suppose that person's dressed better than the person sat in the chair. We'll listen to what Goodell has to say. They're talking about their charity partners here in the draft-a-thon. And Kaniki Aberdeen here will make the pick, or announce the pick anyway, for the Dallas Cowboys. The 12th overall pick. It'll be interesting to see who they have selected. Who's right, Daniel Jeremiah, or is it me? Micah Parsons. There we go. Micah Parsons with the 12th overall pick, the linebacker from Penn State. I'm not sure that was who many people were predicting, but there he goes. Micah Parsons to Dallas. Very interesting indeed.
Micah Parsons walking out.
Yes, Micah Parsons walking out indeed. Sorry, I'd muted you there, so no one in the stream would have heard you. But yes,
All right, so
Micah Parsons coming
Mikey
out
Parsons.
here. Kai's returned from
Oh,
his...
quite exuberantly hugging Roger Goodell there.
Very much so.
But yeah, as we kind of briefly mentioned, it could be the case. Obviously, with Sean Lee going, then that's a sensible pick.
Very, I was talking about it on the stream there. I says there's a few options. I like still Slater. I've seemed to like him for quite a few places, and he's dropping down the board. Daniel Jeremiah talked about the way that Dan Quinn runs his defense. Obviously, Dan Quinn's now the defensive coordinator at the Cowboys. Sorry, that edges are quite important. So possibly the first defensive lineman could have went here.
Yeah.
But I understand Micah Parsons, as we say, with Sean Lee going away. You know, it's quite an important position. Him and Van Der Esch could be quite a dangerous linebacker partnership. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one definitely that we'll see quite a lot of in the future. Obviously, he's got time to develop. I don't think anyone's anticipating him being a Sean Lee level linebacker straight away. But I think from the kind of early talk of him is that he is probably one of the most NFL ready players in this draft.
Yeah, that's certainly what I've heard. And it's a very good physical specimen as well.
Yeah.
And not just a coverage linebacker, you know.
His speed off the line is scary.
Yeah, he's very good reactions.
I think he potentially ran one of the quickest 40-yard dash times for a defensive player, which is impressive. But yeah, I think that lines up for the Chargers here to take Rashawn Slater, get Herbert a bit of protection.
I think
this
pick has got to be Slater, doesn't it? It's the only one that makes sense for the Chargers because their O-line was so bad.
Aye, they'll be delighted to get someone like Slater at this pick.
Yeah,
I
think they'd have probably taken Elijah Vera Tucker if Slater had already gone.
Slater was gone. Yeah,
I think the fact that Slater's still here, they'll be very thankful. And then looking further down the list here, the Vikings. I don't know what the Vikings are going to do.
Aye, God, who the hell knows what they'll take?
But I think the Patriots will take Matt Jones.
I think that's becoming more and more apparent, isn't it? It's.
I would actually be more surprising if Jones wasn't taken exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, you look at who's after the Patriots there at 15. The Cardinals aren't taking a quarterback. The Raiders probably aren't taking a quarterback. The Dolphins certainly aren't taking a quarterback at that pick.
Washington might.
Maybe Washington. But again, I think that would maybe be a bit of a shock if they took him there.
You then get to places like Pittsburgh. Did they take one?
I think Pittsburgh. I mean, if he's still there,
like in preparation, for Big Ben eventually retiring. He's talked about it for years now. The Saints. Do they take one, or are they happy to mess about with Winston and I've forgotten his name now.
Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill. That's the name I'm looking for. Do the Packers need to take another quarterback? Just in case. Like,
considering what's been going on.
Well, do the
recently.
Bucks take a quarterback if there's one there?
I think the general consensus is that the Bucks will take Kalen Mond. I think, but again, like the way this draft's going so far, God knows.
God knows indeed, exactly.
I think this has probably thrown up a few more surprises than we anticipated.
It certainly has. I've also been fairly surprised with some of the picks here. I think Detroit were delighted that Penei Sewell dropped as low.
Yeah. I think be interesting.
Patriots are going to get Matt Jones here, aren't they? There's no way the Vikings take a QB, is there?
No.
I mean, Cousins in the last year of his deal, isn't he?
See, I thought there was a chance that obviously if the draft had gone how we anticipated it going, with Mac Jones potentially going to the 49ers at 3, I don't know if Trey Lance would have fallen to the same level that Mac Jones has fallen. But I thought there was a chance that if he was still there, that the Vikings maybe took him. If Fields was still there, would the Vikings maybe have considered it as a 1 year cut Cousins have cut Cousins in for a year and then
that's maybe something they can do with someone like a Kyle Trask, maybe, who's obviously not been talked in the first round, but is another one of the QB prospects. Or perhaps someone who's close to all our hearts at the PHFL because of our Madden little game that we're playing, Jamie Newman. Only projected to go in about the 6th round or something, but perhaps this early on,
someone's desperate for him, I think it would be a great pick, and then he can sit behind every quarterback they ever have who tell him that it's his offense in reality.
Yes, just looking behind the scenes of the PHFL there when we're playing Madden. Kai's had Tom Brady and Derek Carr as quarterbacks. His teams and both have said that Jamie Newman was the future of the offense. So maybe that's true. Maybe the Raiders will take Jamie Newman, and behind Derek Carr will say that Newman is the future of the offense. You never know. The pick for the Chargers is in.
Oh, I think it's yep. I think we're looking at Rashawn Slater.
I'll be honest, I would be more surprised if it wasn't Slater.
I don't really think there's anyone else sitting at this point that would jump out at them before him. They're sorted at wide receiver.
They need to just protect her. I know they made a trades for Lindsley, Corey Lindsley, and somebody else I'm sure as well. They traded for as well, but they need some youth in there to develop some of that offensive line. Get Slater in, and make sure Herbert stays on his feet. He can throw that deep ball.
What he's capable of, you've seen what he's capable of when you give him the time. If you can give him time in the pocket to throw to someone like Keenan Allen or Mike Williams, I think not that they've got a tight end actually for him to throw to. But.
No. Well, not without Hunter Henry anymore. No. Maybe in the next round they'll pick someone like a Pat Freiermuth if he's still there at tight end.
Yes, obviously Jalen Guyton in there as well, and the rookie wide receiver. But at tight end, they picked up Jared Cook.
Oh, did they? I didn't realise that.
I'm not aware of that. But yeah.
Sorry, LL Cool J is a 2021 nominee to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
What?
That just appeared on the bottom right hand side of the screen here for the Game Pass coverage.
Interesting.
LL Cool J to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Something tells me LL Cool J and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame isn't something that tends to go together.
No.
I also just totally forgot that the Chargers have a new head coach as well, and Brandon Staley.
Indeed they do.
Bolt up.
That person is dressed somewhat normally.
Yep.
Right, the pick is in. Let's hear what Gattel has to say.
Yep, as we expected.
Yep. Daniel Jeremiah was saying there that he actually prefers Slater to Sewell. That's how much he likes him. So
I've seen a lot of people saying that. Oh my gosh, is that his dad?
oh my goodness me, that man is a tall man.
He is humongous.
I mean,
'Cause
Slater
Rashawn
is an
Slater
offensive
is not a
lineman.
small
Exactly.
person. What height is Rashawn Slater?
Slater will be 6'4". That man must be at least 9 foot tall.
Rashawn Slater he is 6'3".
Aye, so that man must have been another foot taller.
Yeah, that man was humongous. I can see that being a post-draft moment. There's always little things that people pick up on during the draft process, and I think, mate, your hat. Jesus. I can't go over how large that man
That
is.
man
Oh,
was
6'4". Rashawn Slater.
6'4".
So there you go. That man would be at least 6'9".
Oh no, he's more than 5 inches taller. He was at least 7 foot tall. That man. That man was actually Shaquille O'Neal.
I want to know who that man is.
Look at the Chargers fan just throwing about her towel for some reason.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people saying that Rashawn Slater's a lot more versatile than Penei
I
Sewell
mean,
is.
yeah,
He
look
can
at the
kind of play.
comparison there. The comparison there was Zach Martin of
Yeah,
the
so I
Cowboys.
also saw, kind of off the back of that, that him and Zach Martin were training together over the last couple of weeks. He was doing a couple of workouts with
That's
him.
why I thought the
Might
Cowboys
end
might
it
have
up.
taken him. But
Yeah.
see, I'm watching some of this film here, and he is whether he plays in the right, whether he plays in the left, whether he plays in guard. He's just great, isn't he? He looks really well rounded. This boy.
He looks as if he's a proper steal for the Chargers there.
See if the Chargers had the 7th pick, I think they'd still pick Slater. If they had the 4th pick, they'd probably have picked Slater. You know, like that's how happy they are at that position to have got him.
Yeah.
Like that's exactly the player they wanted.
Because they don't need, like I was saying, they don't need a wide receiver. They don't need a running back. Well, I mean, if they were given an elite running back, they would probably take him. But we have another trade.
Oh,
Have the Jets just come in here?
so that's them went up from 23. The Jets.
So who have they taken? Wait, the Patriots are still there though.
Yeah, they've taken the Vikings 14th.
Oh, okay, so they have. So what are the Jets doing here?
Well, what would they
take another quarterback to the page with?
What would they do?
Here, I really don't know who they're going to take.
Are they going to take like a Najee? I know that sounds silly at this stage. Are they going to take like a Najee Harris? Do they think? Because the Cardinals is a shout, by the way, for a running back. Because obviously they've let Kenyon Drake go.
Yep. Let's actually see.
So do they think maybe they're trying to jump ahead of the Cardinals to pick their running back? Because obviously they wouldn't be able to trade with the Patriots. The Patriots won't want to trade down, so they'd have to trade to the Vikings' place. So are they going for an Etienne or a Najee Harris? Is there any there's not really any wide receivers at this stage that you trade up that high for, is there? A cornerback? Do they need a corner?
Jets, maybe. Corners, maybe one actually. I'm just looking through.
Edge? They need an edge? But why would they trade up that high for an edge? There's a lot.
Yeah,
I think it might be running back. I think they might have a running back that they like. That's my prediction. I think there's a running back that they like, and they don't want the Cardinals to take them because they think the Cardinals might take the running back. So it's either Etienne or Najee Harris.
Yeah, it looks so. The Jets have come in here. I think someone like Najee Harris is potentially what they're looking for. Don't really need. They're not going that high for a defensive tackle. They're not going that high for another offensive lineman, are they?
The only one is Vera Tucker, if they really wanted Vera Tucker, I think.
Christian Darrisaw's there as well, from Virginia. But yeah, like, that is very interesting. I think if you'd asked me, I would not have said that they were the ones I would have seen in there.
No, I'm very surprised. Don't get me wrong, I'm quite happy. This is when the kind of crazy time happens, isn't it? So
yeah. So like running back wise, they've only got Tevin Coleman really. Ty Johnson,
have they not still got the eternal Frank Gore?
He appears not to be on the depth chart. So unless he's not been re-signed as of yet.
Very possibly. It was, to be fair, where is Adam Gase gone? Because he seems to just sign him wherever he goes.
Yeah, I think. They've got Vinnie Curry. Maybe an edge, but again, why would they go this high for an edge? Quinnen Williams at defensive tackle. I think it's going to be a running back.
I think it has to be. That's the only one that makes sense to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there could be other things that make sense as well, but...
Maybe a cornerback, actually, to be fair.
Think they might go Farley? Do you think they wouldn't get Farley at 23?
So they've traded the 14th and the 4th and got...
And the Vikings...
they've got the 14th and the 4th. The
Vikings have moved down 9 spots...
23.
And they got 2 third-round picks.
For a 4th.
Yeah.
That's not a very good trade.
No, it's not.
That's really not a good trade at all.
I was just trying to think of that. I was like, no, it's not a good trade at all.
You've moved back 9 picks to essentially gain a third. That's a weird.
You move back 9 spaces to kind of change your 4th into a third and gain a third. That's not not a big jump, really, is it?
No. I'm very interested to see who they go here. Does appear like they might be saying Elijah Vera Tucker. But again, why? Why would you go to this point? Did they maybe not think that Rashawn Slater would? Oh, here we go.
That's an interesting person, isn't it?
That's some bum.
Right, this could be interesting as he steps up to the stage. What are the Jets selecting?
Yeah.
Wow, I did not think they were going to go
that high for Vera Tucker.
I feel as if they could have got him a bit lower. No? I'm just making that up.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I mean, to be fair though, like the trade they've done to get that, they've not lost a lot.
No, to be fair, they've not. They've lost what, 2 third-round picks and gained a 4th. So they've moved up 9 spaces, okay, and they've changed one of their thirds into a 4th and given away a third. It's.
Yeah, it's not actually that bad.
No, that's a good trade for the Jets. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a good player. I just don't know if I'd
Yeah, I don't know if I would have gone that high to try and get him. But again, it kind of, I mean, Mikey's just mentioned it there in the chat as well. That now means you've got Zach Wilson in the pocket being guarded by Mekhi Becton and
Yeah.
Elijah
I mean, that
Vera
left-hand
Tucker now,
side's going to be very, very good, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Which I suppose is the side you would rather was quite solid as a right-handed quarterback.
Yeah.
Want your blind side covered. And now the Patriots are on the clock. Now, surely this is
Surely the pick is in.
Oh, sure. It's in.
Yep, thought so. Right, this is how confident I am, okay? I'm already going to write on the stream. Okay? I'm already going to put the pick as pick 15. Mac Jones. New England. There we go. It's already on the stream. That's how confident I am. For anyone who's watching at home or watching later on, I am so confident that they're going to pick Mac Jones. Last 6 drafts, 53 players selected. 1 Pro Bowl appearance, and that was their punter.
Jeez.
Oh. But that's true. The Patriots don't draft well. They never have. They always get free agents. That's how they normally do so well. But certainly Belichick can't draft.
Right, here we go. Here comes... Here comes a certain commissioner.
I mean, I've already written Matt Jones. That's how confident I am that it's going to be Matt Jones. Yeah.
Oh, we've got some other guy. Oh, I've got this draftathon thing again where Rodrigo has to read some more stuff.
I think you're about 2 seconds ahead of me again here. That guy on the right-hand side looks like my old maths teacher.
Your old maths teacher being...
Mr. Robertson. I don't know if he was still at the school when you were there. He had 4.5 fingers on one hand. And what finger did you choose to point to the whiteboard with?
Teacher as well?
No, that was a different Robertson. He always used to point to the whiteboard with his stump.
Yeah, I have to briefly remember him.
Who do you pick?
Yep.
Yep, I already had it on the stream, folks. Already had it on the stream.
So Mikey has asked us if we can mention on the live watch along that we're currently doing, Adam, that he's an absolute genius. But as we said at the start, we're going to follow privacy and community guidelines, and I'm pretty sure that includes lying, so we can't be saying that.
Yes, true. We've got to make sure that we are factually accurate at all times and do not give any falsehoods.
I'm loving the fact that Matt Jones has won the Davy O'Brien Award. That seems like a pub.
I know.
I was going Davy O'Brien's.
It's a bit interesting, isn't it? That's how Matt Jones feels as he's walking out there. Just like, hey,
I'm here.
I was meant to be getting picked at 3rd overall.
I know what. That is a massive fall. It just shows you how much positional, not bias. There's not positional bias, but how much positional picking is a thing. Because obviously, so many teams don't need a quarterback. So even though he's probably quite a good talent, to drop 12 places purely on the basis of what teams might need is
but there's probably
cool about the NFL draft.
There's probably players as well, like someone like a Gregory Rousseau, for example, at edge. Like he could. I'm not saying he is the most talented player, right? But he could very easily be one of the most talented players. But people just don't need edges at the moment.
Yeah.
Or something like that, because there's been a lot of good drafts with good edges in it. So now we reach the halfway stage of this draft with the Arizona Cardinals, who have made their pick. Their pick is in because the Raiders are on the clock.
Oh.
I just noticed that in the background there. So
yeah, it's jumped up quite quickly.
yeah. I think, to be honest, Matt Jones could do a very good job.
I think he fits the Patriots very well.
Patriots. He reminds me of a Brady, don't you think?
Yep, he's not the most athletic. Who on earth is Jacob Dolagala?
One assumes he looks like he's a former Bengal.
Yep. But yeah, Matt Jones does remind you of Brady in many ways, where he's not massively mobile, he's not massively athletic, but he's just a very, very good, solid quarterback.
The question is, who starts? Because they're paying Cam Newton $12 million this season.
Yeah, that's the question.
Right, Cardinals on the clock. I think running back, personally.
This could be Najee Harris, Travis Etienne.
Might take a running back. Could take a corner. Farley still there.
Yep.
Could they take an edge? I know they've signed JJ Watt and they've also got Chandler Jones, but they're both fairly experienced.
Could it be,
I'll say experienced.
An edge for the future. Not exactly the worst two guys to kind of sit behind, and
no, exactly.
Say sit behind. That's not necessarily the case that he would actually sit behind. You might see some game time,
especially with the injury history of JJ Watt.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed to. The other corner that's kind of floating about in the draft's that Greg Newsome as well.
Yeah,
I think there's a chance he potentially goes before Caleb Farley. Quitty Pie obviously as an edge. Could he potentially be the replacement long term for JJ
This
Watt?
offense could be quite interesting with the Cardinals because they've obviously got Hopkins and AJ Green at wide receiver, as well as other interesting talents. Do they add one to the offense here?
Oh, Zaven Collins, linebacker. Okay. Interesting.
I don't think many people had him that high.
No. Kind of makes sense for the.
I mean, they took Isaiah Simmons last year. I know that he's been mainly playing as safety, but he was classed as a linebacker. They've had Hassan Reddick. They've signed a lot of linebackers in the first round. So
Are they just absolutely overloading at linebacker?
Are they good at it?
Yeah, they've also still got Chandler Jones as well.
Yeah, I think he's more an outside linebacker as opposed to an internal one, isn't he?
Yeah. But yeah, Isaiah Simmons.
I mean, Isaiah Simmons is more kind of a utility player. He can play safety or linebacker.
Yeah. Yep, he looks as if he might end up. That's interesting. That kind of pushes back the.
Well, I mean, Las Vegas are not going to pick a running back because they've now got Drake and they've got
Josh Jacobs.
That's the name. Goodness me, it's far too late at night. I'm forgetting.
As I say, many names getting chucked about.
Do the Dolphins take a running back at 18?
maybe that's what they maybe need.
They've got what? Breida, Howard. No, Howard went back to Philly, didn't he? No.
Yeah, they've
Yeah.
got Breida. They've got who was their running back that they had for large parts of last season? That was very, very good actually. I had him in
Gaskin.
fantasy for him. Miles Gaskin. Yep.
Washington don't need a running back. Tony Gibson, got him. Chicago have got Dave Montgomery. Indianapolis have got Johnny Taylor. Titans
think
also
they're
have got Del Boy Henry.
a very good chance that it is Pittsburgh maybe at
The
24.
Vikings at 23 don't need one. Yeah. If it's not Miami, then I don't think one gets. Sorry, who's got the Bears pick at 20? Sorry, I've forgot they changed. Giants, so they've got Barkley.
Giant.
Yeah, so they definitely don't need
they
one.
definitely don't need a running back.
Yeah, so yeah, Steelers
then-
looks like they could be the first.
First running back. And then it's the toss up between Najee Harris and Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
The instinctive choice is oh my gosh. I literally said his name about 10 seconds ago. The
Najee Harris,
instinctive choice
Travis
is to
Etienne.
take Najee Harris. But I don't think there's negatives to Travis Etienne. He's obviously a very, very highly rated running back. It does kind of start getting to the stage now where, now that we're past the midway point, you start getting picks that maybe are a bit random. Like Washington, who on earth do Washington really need in reality? Some
Yeah.
defensive help.
Oh,
In
they've
fact,
got a very
relatively
solid
good
defense. Yeah.
actually, to be fair.
Their defense is one of the best in the league.
Receiver help? Do they?
They've got Terry McLaurin.
Dendell Mims?
Mims is
The Jets?
Jets. Yeah, it's Steven Sims and
Steven Sims, so it is.
there's another Sims as well. Maybe they could. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, there's not really a huge number of receivers at this point that people would want to take.
Yeah, I don't really think there's many. Oh, the Raiders pick is in.
The pick.
We've got likes of Kadarius Toney, Elijah Moore. Oh my goodness. Why are you there? Why are you there on day one? You don't have any picks, Seahawks fans. Why are you getting so excited? You, on the other hand, Raiders fans, you can get excited. You're about to find out who you're taking.
See Chicago. Okay, they've drafted Justin Fields. They're also paying Andy Dalton. What was it, about 10 million?
Yeah.
Yep, and they're also paying Nick Foles 9 million in guarantees this season.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of money for many quarterbacks. Right, Roger Goodell, mate. Come on, let's get it moving. Defensive player here, probably. I think.
I think a
I think it's
like a
really good.
Rousseau, possibly.
A Russo or a Quitty Pie, or do they? I don't know. Bit of secondary help. Do they get Trevor Morig, the safety?
Here comes Goodell. Remember, you're slightly in front of me, so take
he's
us.
like
Take
on
us.
the stand, so I'll just wait until you say things before I say
Yes.
things.
On the stand now, so give us 3 seconds between the words in your reaction.
Who
Alex
on earth
Leatherwood.
is he?
I don't think he's the offensive line selection that a lot of people had.
No.
They must like his. To be fair,
Christian Barmore's still there?
they do this. Mind they picked what do you call it? Colin Farrell went it with the 4th overall pick a couple of years ago, and everyone was like, "Who on earth's that?" Not Colin Farrell, was it?
Colin Farrell's the actor,
Aye.
so they definitely didn't pick him at
Who
4.
did they pick it for? Let me search for the name. I can't remember. Clelin Ferrell. There we go.
Clelin Ferrell, the defensive end.
Yeah, number 4 overall, and everyone was like, "Who on earth's that?"
Yeah, that was not who I expected them to take
No.
there.
Not who I expected.
Alex Leatherwood. And I've always kind of wondered this. There's probably is a very definitive answer. Like, see, they get obviously because they're sitting at home. Did they have the hat sent to them before
They have a
they get
selection.
picked?
They get most.
Okay.
I think they get them all given to them, and they just put on whatever one.
That makes sense.
There's 5 Alabama in the first round so far.
Yeah.
The over under was 5.5. If you're wanting to put the bet on,
So there's a chance.
need one more to get the over.
A bit of safety help. Oh, the pick is in already. Oh my gosh, that was quick.
Oh right.
Did they take Trevor Morig to kind of cover for the loss of Kyle Van Noy? Kyle Van Noy's a linebacker actually, so no.
Do they take a
I don't
running
know if
back?
they need any safety help. They don't need secondary help. Bit of running back action in there. Yeah.
I'm very, very intrigued. I must say, I don't know if you can tell, but the energy has very much been sapped out of me
Edge
so
rusher.
far.
I would say edge rusher. I think maybe a Quitty Pie here. Gregory Rousseau.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
I think probably makes sense, to be honest.
I'm a huge fan of Rousseau personally.
There's I just can't get over this chair situation. It is so
It's
strange.
awfully weird, isn't it?
Like the effort they've gone to like even there, like he's just shown on that pick very briefly. The guy's not even moved.
Aye, but also, why does that person care to hear about it 10 seconds before everyone else?
Weird.
Jalen
Okay.
Phillips.
Didn't expect him to be the first edge off the board, but I think, yeah, from what a lot of people have said, he's not like big and physical, but he's ridiculously athletic.
Yeah, that's it. That's the same school as Rousseau, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they were both off the edge.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good. It's not like it's a bad pick. It's a solid pick.
No, it's a pretty good pick. Adding to a very
Look at
good,
that,
an already
very
good.
very small dog.
Is that a dog? That's a cat.
Is it?
I think it's a cat.
I've not a clue.
Oh no, I don't know actually. Maybe it's like a very small like
No, it is a
chihuahua.
cat. It is a cat.
Is that a cat?
Aye.
But yeah, adding to a very good defense as it is.
Very
I
much
think
so,
it
and
can
well
only
run
get
as well
better.
by Brian Flores.
Yeah, he'll have them absolutely drilled into the ground, and I think he'll fit in pretty well. And again, Miami looking like, as much as they were obviously very good last year as it was, I think they're looking even more dangerous now.
Yeah. They just need to make sure that Tua does what he should be doing.
The biggest sticking point, isn't it?
Right. Now the question is, what the Washington football team do?
They don't need an edge. Well, obviously Chase Young going last year.
Offensive line? Who's the guard that's available? So
Christian, I think Christian Barmore. Um, yeah, Christian Barmore's still there. He's on the board. That would be another up.
I am trying to think who Washington might take, and to be honest, I am not sure. Safety corner. I do not know. The pick is in here for the Washington football team, which means the New York Giants are on the clock after their big blockbuster trade with the Chicago Bears. Farley's still not going anywhere. Do you think Farley might get selected? Here comes the commissioner to tell us who is going to be selected by the Washington football team.
Jamin Davis.
Jamin.
Or Jamin. Yeah,
Jamin
linebacker probably.
James.
Probably a sensible choice there. I don't really know. I would either really him or Owusu Koromoa, but I don't think many folk anticipated that Koromoa would drop this far.
No. The Seahawks have signed defensive tackle Robert Kimdichie. There we go. You learn new things every day.
Looks as if he's coming out of the same college as Jalen Rager came from last year. Potentially. So if he's anything like that, then he'll be a disappointment.
Not everyone goes to the Eagles, though.
Who have we got? Giants now, obviously on the clock at this point.
Giants, Colts, Titans, and then the Jets did a trade with the Vikings. It was the Vikings.
So is this maybe where we see one of the other wide receivers come off the board for the Giants? Do the Giants really need a wide receiver? Not really. Maybe a tackle. It's kind of just getting to the point of having a bit of a random guess at some of these.
Yeah, at this stage, I'm really not sure when we get down this far. Also, very good news for me being the Tony Gibson fanboy that I am. They did not draft a running back competition for him.
I would just like to place it on record that I have been spending the last 10 minutes saying that Christian Barmore was still on the board as a offensive tackle. He's not. He's a defensive lineman. I have been getting him mixed up with Tevin Jenkins.
Tevin Jenkins. Leroy Jenkins. That's a good statistic for the Giants. Have not won a playoff game since winning that last Super Bowl they won.
Worrying. Well, worrying for them, for the Eagles, positive. However, you also have to get to the playoffs to win and lose games in them, which the Eagles aren't very good at doing.
What do you think, Bateman?
Sure, Bateman could be a shout, actually, yeah.
Elijah Moore, that's the other wide receiver I like as well.
I think Elijah Moore's the one that people are saying will probably go next, I think, of the wide receivers. Yeah. Do the Giants really need to corner help? Probably not.
Owusu Koromoa, could be that. Could Maybe Etienne Harris. Nope, not going to be one of them. Caleb Farley maybe at corner. I don't know.
An edge.
Maybe on that defensive line.
The pick is on.
Indeed, it is.
Yeah, so that seems to be what Ian Rapport's saying just now is that Caleb Farley probably would have gone by now.
If he
If it
hadn't
hadn't
broken
been
his
for this
back.
back surgery that he's had on a number of occasions, apparently. Considering he's had 2 back surgeries, I don't know if that's a good thing.
I've only got
If
the
you're
one
a-
back, so that can't be good, can it?
if you're a team looking to get him and he's already got a reconstructed back twice over, you're probably dicing with danger.
Certainly. The pick is in.
I keep forgetting that they're also outside as well. Well, technically, it's covered over, but it's
It's
open.
going to be freezing. that's
it's chilly.
Central
is going
time,
to
isn't
be-
it, for them there in Cleveland? So that's 6 hours behind us. So it's nearly 10 o'clock.
It ain't usually warm at that time in the warmest of places. I've just noticed now when I'm watching Roger Goodell kind of saunter down that there's a band playing this whole time,
Oh, in the background, aye.
and they don't appear to be getting a lot of interest.
No, do you blame them? This boy's fairly normal sat there in his chair, ain't he?
He just looks excited to be there.
Right, let's see
Yeah.
who they pick.
I was looking more. Let's see. Oh,
No, yep, that doesn't surprise me. Picking a wide
a
receiver.
wide receiver doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I'm just surprised it's him.
Yeah, I think he was kind of preferred toward the end of this round. Maybe I think a lot of people thought Moore or the other one.
Um, Bateman?
Yep,
Is that what you mean?
that's what I meant. The two of them might go before Tony, but
Yeah, I don't think it's the biggest shock. That, to be honest, it's kind of who they prefer of the
yeah,
of
exactly.
three offers. There's not an outright one that's massively better than the others type thing. Probably quite a sensible pick for them, to be honest. They obviously lost a couple of wide receivers in the off season. Daniel Jones has never had his full set of offensive weapons fit all at the same time.
Golladay on one side, him on the other, Ingram and Rudolph at tight end, Barkley at the backfield. No, solid offense.
Yeah. And then we have the Titans. Oh no, the Colts. Sorry, before we have the Titans. Colts.
The Colts.
Who on earth do the Colts take? An edge, a rusher.
See, that's what the Titans really need. The Titans really need a pass rusher. I think an edge will go to the Titans. The Colts, I'm not sure.
Who?
Their old line's very good. They don't need a running back. They don't need a quarterback.
Definitely don't need a running back. Don't need a wide receiver, really.
Well, I mean, they've re-signed Ty, haven't they?
Re-signed T.Y. Hilton. They've got Pittman. Maybe another one. Maybe another wee.
No, they probably don't need one. You're right. And then on the defensive side of the ball,
I've got a pretty solid defense.
Because our secondary's decent. Because I had the secondary in fantasy this year.
Yeah. Maybe a rusher, someone to get a bit of I don't know.
Very possibly. I'm quickly going to run to the lavatory. I'll be back in but a moment.
Not a problem at all. No. Lovely. Getting down to the nitty gritty of the first round. Yeah, currently 3:47, the west coast of Scotland. So not exactly normal time to still be awake. I think, as you can probably tell, me and Adam are both pretty tired by this point. As you can probably tell from our voices, and a lack of energy in between picks. But there's not a lot to say about some of the picks, unless there's a massive surprise comes out of them. We're probably starting to get down to the point of teams not really having massive needs for players. Also laughing looking at that Minnesota Vikings pick, which has been traded 3 times. It was originally the Seahawks, and then it was the Jets, and now it's the Vikings. And really, they don't need it either. Colts pick is in. First draft room I've seen with some ridiculous writing and such like on the walls. It's going back to the old school. Interesting to see who this is. It'll be interesting to see who this is. So obviously with that pick being in, the Titans are now on the clock. And I think the Titans could potentially do with an edge rusher, as Adam kind of said a minute ago. I think it is probably who they're going to take. Will it be Gregory Rousseau, a Quitty Pie? Well, who knows? But yeah, this Colts pick's interesting. I think if we're picking someone for the Colts to take here, do they take Owusu Koromoa? And as Rich Eisen is saying at the moment, and as me and Adam were kind of mentioning earlier, the Texans, with potentially one of the worst record in the league this year and in a bit of a dire spot, have no second round pick either. Only a third, which doesn't bode well for them. But I think round about in the thick. Hello.
I have returned.
Just in time for the Colts about to make their wonderful pick.
Indeed, what have I missed? Did I miss any exciting stuff?
You missed Rich Eisen saying that he's just realised that the Texans don't have a pick until the third round, never mind not having a first.
Yes,
But yes, let's see who the Colts are taking here. My guess is Awosu Koramoah. Oh. Okay, so yep, there's Quitty Pay off the board.
Yeah.
I think that was probably. I actually think he's probably come off the board ever so slightly later than anticipated him to. I thought he would maybe come off earlier, but
yeah,
I think potentially a very excuse me, a very good defense getting even better.
yes, very true. They did have a very good defense.
Are those tops that they're wearing inspired by Iron Brew?
It's very, very peculiar, isn't it? I can't quite understand that. Oh, he looks very happy, doesn't he?
Does that almost just tempt the Titans into taking Gregory Rousseau? They, as you've said, they do need an edge rusher. They need a pass rusher in general. So does Quitty Pie been away, as well as who's the other edge that went actually? Jalen Phillips went. I think that kind of maybe pushes them down the edge route. Aziz Ojolari's still there. Jason Owe, obviously. Gregory Rousseau. Quitty Pie is not very slow. I know that's the total opposite way I should have said that. But running a 4.57 40-yard dash for an edge rusher is ridiculous.
Pretty decent, isn't it?
Man should not be able to run that fast. And just thinking, is anyone left in the green room?
Russo's in the green room.
Is he in there on his own now?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think there's a few folk whose names I didn't think were going to be mentioned this early.
Well, let's see.
Tennessee's haven't made their pick. This means they might be trying to do a wee trade.
Yeah. Oh, Christian Barmore's still there actually, and in the green room.
I think surely an edge for this pick. That was Tennessee's problem. They had no pass rush last year.
Yeah. I think that's probably the biggest need here, to be honest.
Definitely don't need anything in offense. Maybe they need a tight end.
Maybe a wide receiver. Obviously lost Corey Davis.
But you've got AJ Brown. It's not like you need to pick one up just now.
Desperately, yeah. Could probably pick
But
up
to be
a
fair,
late run.
they might take one. Because Corey Davis was the number 4 overall pick when they picked him, and he didn't really work for them, though. So I don't know if they're maybe once bitten, twice shy, not picking an early wide receiver.
Yeah. Titans really are taking their time.
I think they might be trying to trade out this.
Well, that's a good point, actually. Totally forgot about that. The Titans picked up Bud Dupree.
Yeah, I forgot about that as well. That is a good point. It's a very good point indeed.
Linebacker.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure. So they've added in, Kendall Lamb there, Norris Jenkins at corner. I'd say I don't think corners. I think they want pass rush.
Josh Reynolds at wide receiver. I think pass rush really here, isn't it?
Yeah. It's pass rush or receiver, that's my opinion. But that was a big problem last year. Their pass rush is pretty bad. They've lost Johnny Smith, but the boy Fuxer was kind of taking over a lot of the snaps anyway, which is annoying because I owned Johnny Smith.
Clowney as well, actually.
Yeah, they lost Clowney.
Yeah, pass rush for me. Oh, pick is in.
That pick is in. And now obviously Minnesota, who traded back from 14, get in here at 20.
On the clock. And again, I still don't know who they will take.
No, I've got no idea either for Minnesota. Something defensive, or offensive line, maybe.
Touching me. Touching you. Aye, the band are kind of kicking into gear now.
Aye.
The crowd's going. They've got Sweet Caroline on the go.
I mean, that doesn't look like the most high quality of band, does it? That just looks like what they dragged off the street.
The lead singer looks like a Trevor Lawrence tribute.
Aye, I was going to say a tramp, but that's what we said would be a bit more kind than I was thinking. Aye, they look like they've just been dragged off the street and just went, you want to sing? Aye, sure.
He plays a couple of tunes, aye, right, smashing.
You know how to play the drums? No, but I can hit a pot and a pan, aye, when you go.
Here comes, is this Commissioner Goodell?
Yes.
It is. It is indeed. Oh, the person in the chair has some sort of item with them.
Aye, it looks like a flag of some type, or a towel. Tennessee Titans. What do we think? Would you think defensive?
I think we're getting an edge here, yeah. I think maybe a Gregory Rousseau. Oh, the person's right up there.
Is the commissioner attempting to sing?
The draft process is delayed due to Sweet Caroline playing and Commissioner
Christ.
Goodell absolutely loving life.
Oh, Jesus, Charles Davis, go away.
Oh, leave that to someone else.
Get back to your chair, Hen.
She can't read. Oh, there he is.
Hey, there you go. Cornerback, right? Fair enough. I've been mentioning him for a wee while.
Yeah, just didn't know where he was going to go, and then he's not really been. He's not been like a massive need for many people. But I suppose if he's sitting there when he was considered the best corner in the draft at one point,
Aye.
Before obviously the surgeries and stuff he had, I think it's probably a good punt for the Titans to take.
Yeah, I think so. I totally agree. Quickly jumping back to a pick from earlier, the 20th pick, the Giants obviously taking Tony. All that suggests to me, and I saw online, I can't remember who it was that was saying the same thing, but that suggests to me that they would have taken Smith at 11 if the Eagles hadn't jumped ahead and got him at 10. So I think if the Eagles actually wanted him, that was a good idea to do that.
That's maybe what they were thinking. They maybe caught wind of potential that was a need for the Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah. What has he got on?
I'm not quite sure, but
What's hanging off his shoulder?
I can't offer an answer, I'm afraid. Vikings, I think Steelers are going to take running back. I really do.
Yep.
I think that'd be the first one off the board. And there's a chance Jags take one as well because they've got James Robinson. Nothing against Robinson, but he was a 7th round draft pick or undrafted pick last year.
Undrafted last year. Now, obviously, he proved himself to be pretty good, but is that a one season wonder type thing? Are we flash in the pan? And then he can't show it long term. But I suppose you could say that for pretty much anyone. The Browns pick, that's a bit of an interesting one. Do they take a big defensive lineman? Do they really need the defensive lineman?
Offensive line, maybe?
Offensive lineman, maybe, yeah. Again, Owusu Koromoa is still there.
Right. I tell you, see if a couple of months ago you said that Surtain and Farley were going to be 12 picks apart, people would have laughed at you.
Aye. I think if you were to ask them if they were to be 12 picks apart, who picked where, and I think 99% of folk would probably said Farley.
Aye.
That far ahead of Surtain.
Do we think that Mikey's in bed?
I think he may have fallen. He did say he was going to try and stay up to at least the Packers pick, but
I mean, if he was going to stay up to the Packers pick, he was well staying up the full way, isn't he?
I have inquired in the group chat to see if Mikey is still alive. As I was seeing while you were away at the toilet, it's starting to get down to the area of the draft where these teams are already pretty good.
Exactly, yeah.
And there's not any sort of significant improvement needed in many positions.
Yeah, totally.
With the exception, obviously, of the likes of the Jags having another pick.
Yeah.
In a couple of picks' time. Most of them are playoff caliber teams. And the Ravens have 2 picks in the space of 6.
Yeah, it could be very interesting, those 2 Ravens picks, see exactly what they do. A lot of the people have got Russo going there, one of the picks, and obviously a receiver with the other one.
I think wide receivers one that they really desperately need.
There's talks as well that the Browns might go wide receiver and try and trade Odell.
He's potentially the Vikings pick is in.
The pick is in.
But I think the Browns could there's maybe a bit of sense in that for them.
Because we see that Mayfield plays better without Odell. Excuse me.
That's quite a big thing for Mac Jones to have tweeted at one point.
All right.
I have to say, I like the backdrop to this draft. I like its the kind of style to it. Oh
Aye.
my goodness, what on earth is that person wearing?
Holy Jesus. It's like my
A pair of
horrendous
pajamas.
Hackers pajamas.
Okay,
Nope. I'll be
did not
honest.
expect that.
No.
I also maybe weirdly kind of thought he was gone already.
Was that leather when you're thinking of?
It was Leatherwood that went instead, actually, yeah. I think he's the last kind of first round tackle or offensive guard that they thought might go.
I've been looking at the film. It looks quite decent, but everyone's film looks decent. Yeah.
I think they'll only show you the bits where they are good.
Exactly.
Oh.
He's just mauled that boy. Oh my god.
Oh,
Sit down, son, he says. Aye, right, well, go to the Vikings. I mean, you need to be good in the run game there with Dalvin Cook, you know.
I certainly know what's happened after a couple of weeks in Minnesota.
Exactly. Like, surely the Steelers pack us in fairly quick here.
Watchy Mikey has replied to my message asking if he was still
Yes, it appears
awake,
that he's
saying Watchy
aye,
the Steelers pick.
aye, I think he's ready for his bed.
I think it's about time he was in his bed. Well, the pick is in. That was quick.
Yep.
I'm thinking probably Najee Harris here, to be honest.
Yeah, it's that or Etienne, but surely Harris is the best one.
Running back.
A lot of people like Etienne, but I prefer Harris, to be honest.
Yeah. I think they just need to be looking to take one of them because they really do need some sort of change up at running back.
Yeah.
When your quarterback's throwing the ball close to 50 times in a game at one point, that's not a good sign.
No, this is only the second AFC North team we've seen tonight so far.
So it is.
Because all of them are so good, you still have the Browns to come up and then both the Ravens picks.
Jeez, yeah. I hadn't even thought of that.
I'd be interested to see if there's any teams that trade back into the first round right at the end. You know, maybe the Ravens' second pick or the Tampa Bay pick or something like that. If they trade that away and someone tries to trade back in to try and get a player with their fifth-year option.
Yeah.
So what are they watching there on the
There we
left-hand
go.
side? What were they? What school were they watching?
Yeah, there we go.
Najee Harris.
Najee Harris. That's a sensible choice.
He's going to be awfully good.
Steelers.
How high do you think he's going to go in rookie drafts this year? He the number one pick?
I'm thinking potentially Pitts, number one.
Yeah, that's true.
Harris, 2. Jamar Chase is going to be pretty high as well. I think he's got quite a high ceiling.
Yeah, that's true.
However, how high really is his ceiling when he's on a team with T. Higgins and no offensive line?
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely think Najee Harris, in an offense that probably will end up running the ball quite a lot when they have the opportunity. I think he could be very, very useful in a couple of fantasy rosters. He's just so agile.
He is amazing, isn't he? I'm just watching this film of him and he is unbelievable at it, isn't he?
He's very physical as well, actually,
Yeah.
isn't he? I've never noticed that before, but he's a bit of a beast. I feel like we've gone full circle with Jags on the back of the board.
Aye.
Who do the Jags take here? Who do they get a bit of offensive line help? I don't really know who's left actually. Offensive line wise.
There's a chance Jacksonville here go running back.
Very possibly take Travis Etienne, yep. Trevor Morig, the safety's still there as well. That's plenty of time to make the pick. It's over rather quickly considering. Oh, there's another Alabama man actually, so
Yeah, 6.
the over was the bet.
Just about every mock draft had Alabama running back Najee Harris going to the Steelers at 24. And he went to the Steelers at 24.
I think that was probably one of their more confident picks, alongside the first two. Looking from a betting perspective, do I have any that are still left? Oh, Kyle Pitts to the Falcons, Kyle Trask to the Saints, and Kadarius Toney in round 1. So Toney's in round 1, Pitts is at the Falcons, Kyle Trask to the Saints.
Is that your bet?
If Kyle Trask goes to the Saints, I've won 75 quid. And then
No bad.
let's see. Chargers took Rashawn Slater instead of Tevin Jenkins, so that's that done. Okay, so
Is this
the
pick in yet? Surely they're running out of time
pick
by
is
now.
in. It is.
There we go, the pick is in. That's just appeared saying it's in.
What is your expectation then for the Packers pick at 28 or 29? Sorry.
I mean, a bit of me's hoping they go for like a Moore.
Yeah.
Or a forgot the other one's name now. Rondell.
Rondale is Rondale Moore? Is that?
It's not
It's
Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore. Kadarius Tony's obviously gone. Rashad Bateman. Rondale Moore is also a wide receiver.
Is it?
Yeah. Very confusing.
Bateman. That's sorry, Rashad Bateman.
Yeah.
Here comes the Jags pick.
He's now doing it from his chair.
Aye.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence. Jags making moves.
Yep. Anybody who had James Robinson in their dynasty team, I hope you got rid of them before tonight because his value has just sunk to the bottom.
Yeah, I think we might see Travis Etienne get a lot of the ball in that backfield, especially with a new coach in.
That's both the Clemson backfields, quarterback and running back. That's interesting.
Eyes up in my maybe thought, you know what, if I'm getting the quarterback, why don't I just get the running back too?
I think they may be happy.
Travis Etienne, a house full of about 3 million people there. He lives in a town called Toul.
I spelled Etienne with 2 T's. That was stupid, wasn't it?
Etienne.
And these 2 N's. Two T's and 1 N instead of the other way around.
Browns are now on the clock.
Owusu Koromoa. We're talking about.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the talk here. I think strategically putting his mask on there
Aye.
as he was on camera.
Why is that?
What? Has he got a pumpkin on his head? He's in full uniform as well.
Aye.
Who's this?
It's what do you call it? Colin Wolfe and what do you call it? Former defensive end for the Cowboys, Michael.
Yep.
I completely
I
forgotten
know
his.
exactly the
Far
guy
too
you mean.
tad.
I can't remember his
Irvin.
second name.
Irvin. The two of them are offering
Most
some
animated man in the world.
entertainment, it would appear. So the pick is in for Cleveland, which means Baltimore are on the clock.
Ezekiel Elliott not hanging about, already tweeting Micah Parsons, telling him not to touch him in practice. That
Slapping the
person really.
pumpkin. That's not a euphemism either. He literally did slap the pumpkin.
More draft-a-thon chat.
Right, so lovely. This person's helped get laptops or Dwayne's or something. So just tell us who it is. What are we going for? What cornerbacks
I'm
are still
going
left?
Greg Newsome.
Let's go cornerback because they've got Grady Williams out, don't they?
Denzel Ward as well.
Hey, there we go.
That was a good shout from both of us. Greg Newsome at the second. Could be quite good in the secondary now.
Alright.
Denzel Ward, Greg Newsome, Grady Williams. Then obviously a certain Miles Garrett up front.
Alright. I say that I don't think they really needed defensive ends or defensive line. Offense, I thought they were fairly solid, so.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a good pick there for them. I think that's a pick or a place, a position they need The Baltimore
Yeah.
Ravens is now an interesting one because surely they go wide receiver. So let's go either Moore or Bateman. You'd have thought here with the Ravens.
Yep, I would say so.
I'm just trying to think if there's anywhere else that the Ravens might want to try to take. And to be honest, I don't know if there is.
Trevon Morig, the safety, I think, is what a number of people have.
Do you think possibly safety? Do you think they go with this one, or do you think they go safety with their last pick?
They have one second last, don't they?
Do you think the Saints would take a safety?
Yeah, because Caleb Farley's not there, Greg Newsom's not there. Yeah, there's a good chance the Saints maybe take a safety.
So the Ravens would take it, and then they'd hopefully get a wide receiver with their 31st.
Did they take an edge rusher?
That's
They've
true.
already
Russo's
kinda-
still not away, is he?
Russo's still not away. Ojolari's still not away. Jason Oway's not away.
Is he? Away's no away.
Away. Joe Tryon as well is the other edge. He's expected to probably go close into the second round, I think.
Yeah. The pick is not yet in, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I must say I'm getting pretty tired now, but I feel as if I've got to the 27th. I'm as well getting to the 32nd.
We've got to the 27th pick. I feel like we need to see it out. Can't get to 27 and follow the last up.
Very, very intrigued to see who these Ravens go for.
Yeah. Question is, do they? What do they? If they wait, will they regret it? Guess is yes.
What's that?
My guess is if they don't go wide receiver now, I think they would regret it.
I think so, but do you think they'll go for safety because they think they might get one a wide receiver later on?
If they can get the top safety and Trevor Morig here instead of there we go. There's Mary J. Blige also been nominated for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
This is better than LL Cool J.
And the pick is in from them Ravens.
Very good.
Oh, the person that's up on stage for the Ravens is the guy with a massive ring on his head.
Of course it is. The pick is in.
Let's see.
There we go.
Oh, yep. We called it.
We certainly did.
Wide receiver.
I'll be
So,
honest, that's who I would have quite liked Green
for the
Bay to
Packers.
have taken. Yeah.
I think there's a good chance now with what you've got New Orleans on the clock and then the Packers.
Yeah.
I think New Orleans maybe take Trevor Murray,
Packers get Moore.
Elijah Moore. Interesting. A lot of wide receivers going in the first round, actually. A lot more than I anticipated. One of the guys in the background there for him has an Eagles jersey on.
Aye.
That's slightly awkward. Yeah, so the Saints have also got Malcolm Jenkins and at safety, but he is not going to be around forever.
No.
Jay-Z. Jay-Z has now been added to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. These are getting more ridiculous than some of the picks.
Yep. 5 picks to go, though. We're nearly there. I'm going to enjoy going to sleep on the couch tonight because I'm certainly not going to go into the bed to try and sneak in because Claire will wake up and get annoyed at me. So.
So obviously with Travis Etienne being selected 25th overall by the Jags, two obviously college teammates teaming back up. It is the first time in the common draft era that a quarterback and a running back from the same school were selected in the first round of the same draft by the same team.
That doesn't surprise me. That is quite an unusual thing to
A
occur.
very unique thing to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. The pick is in for the New Orleans Saints.
No.
You know what? It'd be the most Packers thing ever, by the way, to trade out of this spot. I know after I've stayed up all night to see what's going on,
And they don't.
and they don't even do anything.
A player.
So who's left in that green room? Just Russo by himself?
Yeah, just little old Russo. All by himself.
I think the Ravens will take him, or Tampa Bay will take him. Do the Bills need a pass rush? Was that one of their weaknesses last year?
Yeah, I would say so. They also really need a running back, but there's not really one left.
Yeah.
Well, there obviously is, but not like a one that's worthy of taking first round, I wouldn't say. Yeah, they don't really. They had Mario Addison off the edge. That was about it. Ed Oliver at defensive tackle. But it was more like secondary cover that they had that was good. They don't need a safety. They've got Micah Hyde, and Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White, Tremaine Edmonds kicking about at linebacker.
The secondary is fine.
Yeah,
Offensive line? Is there anyone left in offensive line?
Oh, Dion Dawkins. Yeah, could maybe do an offensive lineman. Maybe Tevin Jenkins. Again, that's who they say that the Packers might end up looking to take. Or did they take a Kyle Trask? And then if they take, in fact, yeah, take Kyle Trask and then I'm up 75 quid.
Your money.
Kyle Trask, Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask. Has the person in the chair here got an umbrella?
Yes.
Who?
Who indeed? I'll take that because they're not picking somebody who I wanted the Packers to pick. Oh, interesting.
Okay. I mean, they could yet draft Kyle Trask, just potentially in the second round.
Very true.
The pick is in already from the Packers.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
It was rapid. I'm saying Tevin Jenkins, offensive line. Tevin Jenkins.
They've got to take a receiver. Come on, seriously, they've got to.
I don't really know why the Saints took a defensive end there.
No. They choose another quarterback here.
Kyle Trask. Yeah, the Saints had Marcus Davenport, Cam Jordan, and Trey Hendrickson at edge. It kind of seems a wee bit. I am very intrigued here
Aye.
about this pick. Because the speed of that was ridiculous. I don't even think they updated the thing on my screen and already said the pick is in.
Aye, I know. 4 picks to go, and then we are there for the night. This might be done before 5 o'clock. Likely not, but maybe.
Obviously lost Corey Lindsley, lost Lane Taylor, the guard.
Yeah, offensive line would be good, but also I think he'd be happy if we get a receiver.
Yeah, you did say most of the season there that you were needing a wide receiver too. So get a young guy in playing with Devontae Adams.
I mean, to be fair, Funchess didn't play last year, and we'd signed him, so.
Yeah. There we go.
Cheese head, there was some cheese on his head.
Eh?
Eh?
I mean, he's fast. He is very fast. But
Oh, jeez, a 4.29.
I don't think that was quite what. Maybe a corner to line up across from Jair Alexander.
Aye, see, to be fair, a corner is what we needed, because you know who kind of messes up last year?
A certain other corner.
Yes, the boy
Named
King.
Kevin King, who had an absolute shocker against the Buccaneers.
Aye, exactly. So you know what? I can't complain about corner. I can't.
I'm just kind of surprised it's that corner. Although I suppose what other corners are actually left? Asante Samuel. Yeah.
I don't understand why these 4 at this table are all holding microphones. Like,
Aye.
put on a headset.
Put headsets on or have like lapel mics or
I mean, the lapel's not great if they turn their head away. It's not. You sometimes drop it out, but if you've got a head, like just an over ear mic, like they've got 2 in-ear monitors, they could just replace one of the in-ear monitors with an over ear mic instead of having to waste a hand by holding onto the microphone.
really taking their time with this pick. Love how they're like pitting draft rooms against each other based on their vaccination level. goes to a draft room. This is the fully vaccinated Buffalo Bills draft room.
Oh, my stream has just died. Oh well, I need to reopen Game Pass then.
Hello?
Hello.
There was a bit of silence for a second there.
Hi,
and
sorry,
I didn't know
Game Pass was disappearing, I'm afraid. It's returned, that's good. Three picks to go.
Totally forgot Mitch Trubisky was at the Bills. Oh my gosh.
Manuel Sanders alongside the Beazles and Diggs. Matt Breida in the running back room.
Lost Johnny Bryn. Okay, so I think their pick's in. It is. I just saw the timer up on the board behind the change.
What do you think? Corner as well? Offensive line, safety, maybe Awosu, whatever his name is, the linebacker.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I think it'll be one of Owusu-Koramoah, Tevin Jenkins, or Trevon Morig. But they don't. In fact, they don't need Trevon Morig. That's like a. Yeah, I would say Owusu-Koramoah or potentially Rousseau, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, Russo could be back. I think Russo could be a pick for the Ravens as well for the next one.
Both teams kind of need a bit of pass rush.
Here he comes.
Guy in the seats none the wiser. Doesn't know who he is.
I was here and I was being Buffalo Bill and I was catching my cattle and driving it through my yard and look at me here with my head on my chaps and I don't know what I'm doing here, boss.
There we go. We
Greg
called
Russo,
it.
there we
We're
go.
getting good at this. Finally, he's out the green room.
That's a very good landing spot for him.
Yeah, he's done pretty well there. God, he's a giant.
Is that or he's surrounded by fucking midgets, so excuse me.
Midgets. a wee, a wee whistle on there, Adam.
Right.
Not for me, for once.
I know, very unusual. Right, it's after dark, you can do what you want. Former wide receiver.
Feel sorry for him. All the other picks that actually got to come out, there was hundreds of people for them to like high five and that.
Aye.
He's come out about 3 days later and there's nobody there.
I know, it's a bit sad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good pick for the Bills, I think.
Yep,
Probably
definitely.
a position of quite a lot of need.
I think the Ravens would be disappointed.
Yeah.
I think they'd have quite liked him.
Well, Sean Bateman's gone, hasn't he? He went to the Ravens
Went
the
to the
first time
Ravens
around.
first time round, yeah. That's a linebacker boy, probably.
Also cut him off.
Yeah, I think that may be a shout.
Fit him in there with Patrick Queen. Christian Barmore, defensive tackle. Don't really need defensive tackle.
You'd have thought that the Ravens would have had an idea what they were doing with this pick, having
Yeah.
this pick with the last one, unless they're taking trade offers from teams trying to trade back into the first round. Three and a half minutes. I wonder what they're going to do. Two picks to go.
The end is nigh.
It's a blessing to be here, apparently, says Russo.
He sounds like a bit of a dork. Yeah, I'd imagine this will probably be defensive, to be honest.
Yeah.
Don't need a running back. Probably don't need another wide receiver now. Don't really need any offensive line, do they?
Well, maybe they traded away Orlando Brown.
Maybe.
So.
They've got rid of Orlando Brown.
The pick is in. I think offensive line.
Who have we got? Offensive line. Oh, Tevin Jenkins is still there. That could potentially be one, yeah. Sam Cosme, who's kind of expected to go into the second round. Landon Dickerson. Interior offensive line.
Hmm.
Yeah, that boy Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was touted at one point as being like within the top 10, 15 pick.
Aye, still not been picked. Oh, can you imagine he goes to the Buccaneers and they've got David and
Jeez.
Devin White.
That'd just be a bit unfair, I think.
Justin Fields going to the Bears. That's a real big one.
I don't really quite realised how big that was at the time.
This
But
first
it's-
round has officially lasted longer than Andy Dalton's tenure as the Bears QB1. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Edge rusher Jason Owe
Jason away.
kind of makes sense. Don't really have a lot in the way of pass rush, but like $1, pits out of misery. Get this done.
I've just said that pick 32 is for KC. It's clearly not. It's for TB.
Is that a slightly longer term Calais Campbell replacement there?
Yeah, I think so, wouldn't you?
Genuinely scary how fast that man can run.
Aye.
4.37. He has 99 athleticism in the next gen stats draft score. Oh, the
Well,
pick's in. Thank you,
the
Buccaneers.
pick is in indeed. So nobody is on the clock anymore. I can remove the on the clock bit. So who do you think? What do you think they go for here? With
I
what's
don't
left?
know. There's still obviously the.
Do they bring in a Trask?
Maybe.
Here we go.
Okay.
Right.
That. What?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm surprised that Owusu, whatever his name is, hasn't been drafted.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still sitting there. Christian Barmore's still there. Trevor Morrig's still there. Now I know
Elijah Moore's
the
still
last
there.
thing. Yep, the last thing the Bucks needs another safety, to be fair, but they really don't need another linebacker, really, in honesty. That was a weird
Interesting.
fit.
Very
Didn't really anticipate
interesting indeed. Well, do you know, Kai, that we have been live now for nearly 5 hours talking about this? Nearly
Mental.
5 hours. Very interesting watch indeed. Some very interesting picks. I think out of all of us, the PHFL podcast, I think you'll be the most happy for your
I would
Eagles
say
picking
so.
Devonta Smith.
I would take Devonta Smith if you'd offered me him at the start of all of this.
Exactly.
So yeah, pretty chuffed to get it.
Aye.
And hopefully the days to come are as productive.
Fingers crossed, aye. Exactly, over the next couple of days. I will not be doing a watch along for all those. I just was doing it for the first
No.
round. But thank
I
you
think
for joining me for as long. I'm ready for my bed
it's
now.
a pleasure. As am I. I'm literally in the position ready to turn my laptop off and literally fall asleep.
Aye. Well, I will basically do the same. I will end the stream here for anyone that is watching it. Thank you for those. There have been viewers all along. I'm not sure if it was just you, me, or other people, but we've had different people in. So we'll end it there and go to our bed. So goodbye, stream.
Tatty bye.
Exactly.